Good evening, I'm Deborah Arbeck, coming to you from our Montreal studios tonight, where the polls close in just half an hour. Thank you for joining us for our special election coverage on CBC Montreal and across the country on CBC News Network and CBC Gem. 4 years ago, François Legault formed his very first Coalition Avenir Quebec government. Tonight, Quebecers will decide whether he'll get a second term. But the real race could be for the leader of the opposition. The thing about Quebec elections is there are always surprises, and there are some tight races tonight as Quebecers have their say.
The environment is quite important.
Thinking about the environment, the kids, the education.
I just feel like we've been stepped on.
The prices are getting really high.
Why do they wait till the election time comes to promise more things?
Legault has been not the best in terms of representation for minorities.
Je trouve que le CAQ a fait une belle job.
I'd like some actual serious commitments to fixing healthcare.
Tonight, we're offering ASL interpretation. You can find it on our website at cbc.ca/Montreal and on our CBC Montreal Facebook page, as well as CBC Gem. I want to draw your eyes down to the bottom of the screen on the right side. That is the countdown clock to the closing of the polls at 8 p.m. A little more than 27 minutes till we get there. While we wait, though, let me introduce you to our election team, starting with our excellent election panel tonight. Columnist Emily Nicolas and Christian Bourque, Executive Vice President at Léger. Now, François Legault started this campaign way out in front. That margin slimmed down, though, a little bit during the campaign. So, Emily, what are you going to be watching for tonight?
Well, if we're going to be looking a lot, I think, in the next couple of minutes at the electoral map, and what we saw from the election results in 2018 is that you had basically Montreal region still very red and somewhat orange, and then the rest of Quebec very, very blue. So I'm looking forward to see if that's going to change or not, if you're going to see the CAQ making some inroads in Montreal itself, or if you're still going to have, it's essentially that tale of two Quebecs between the big city centers and the rest of Quebec, and what that means, politically, socially for Quebec in the years to come.
And Christian.
Coming into this, 6 out of 10 Quebecers were satisfied with the job that the Legault government had done over the past 4 years, highly satisfied with his job during the pandemic. But then we've seen some of that support slip away over the last few weeks, certainly since the first French language debate. The whole issue of immigration, I think, has been tough for the Premier, has been met with a lot of critiques. Was he trying to solidify his base? Was it dog whistle politics? Was it just a gaffe? At this point, though, in the race, you're thinking the Liberals think now they have a shot at getting back some of that support. The PQ is almost back from the dead, if you consider it over the summer. So we will see tighter races than expected. And in this context, with 4 parties in the mid-teens, we'll certainly see some surprises tonight.
All right, thanks so much, guys. We'll talk to you throughout the night, that's for sure. I want to bring in Sudha Krishnan now. Sudha, you're going to be bringing us the big picture tonight.
The big picture, because we have 5 main political parties in the mix. We have not seen that since 1976. I want to bring your attention to this map of the last vote. Take a look at all this blue. I like to call this CAQ masala powder blue, because if you bring in that mix of a nationalist message and an economic message, François Legault's blue wave pretty much washed over much of the province. But then take a look at this PQ fortress, this blue wall. Will François Legault be able to bust into that? Will the Parti Québécois, the party of René Lévesque, will it be able to save itself from being wiped off the map? Then we have to take a look at Quebec City and across the river into the Beauce region. Éric Duhem was not a factor last time, but he is this time around. And could that support actually translate into conservative blue? Now let's zip over to the Greater Montreal region and let's talk about the Liberals, the natural governing party. Will they be able to hold on to their fortresses? ridings that have been Liberal since they've been created. And then what about Quebec Solidaire? Will they be able to build on its orange wall? Will they be able to build on its gains it's made in the region? What will the opposition, official opposition, look like? And where in the world are those seats going to be? Like, there is lots to follow tonight.
Yeah, I also like Masala Blue. That might catch on after the election. We'll have to look into that as well. Thanks so much, Suda.
You are welcome.
I want to take you now out to Doug Gellivan. He's in our newsroom tonight. And Doug, you will be bringing us the results riding by riding. And there are some really interesting races like Laval des Rapides, Maurice Richard, and Beau-Sud.
Yes, 125 ridings, Deborah. So we've got a lot of work to do this evening. But let's focus in on those three right now because they might show a little bit of the picture of how this night went for the main parties. Look, starting with Laval des Rapides, which in Laval, 5 out of the 6 seats last time going Liberal red. Will the CAQ be able to take a big bite out of that Liberal apple? This is seen as a bit of a bellwether riding for the Liberals. Last time Polo won this by only 241 votes. Will they be able to hold on, or will the CAQ make gains there? Looking on the island of Montreal, this riding, Maurice Richard, is one that we are tuned into because it is an open riding, and Jonathan Marleau running for the Liberals. The Liberals have had this for the last 2 votes, but the CAQ and the QS have their eyes on this one, as Suda was mentioning, with the QS in Montreal. Are they going to be able to expand in places like Maurice Richard? We'll be watching for that. And then finally heading out to Beau-Sud, where we have 3 men named Poulin running here, but this will be very important for the Conservatives and Eric Duhem. Will the Conservatives be able to grab a seat? This is one of the ridings where we think it might be able to happen. Jonathan Poulin going up against the incumbent Samuel Poulin. Deborah.
All right, thanks so much, Doug. Once again, we're just over 22 minutes till the polls close. We're going to take a quick break now. When we come back, we'll check in with our reporters at 5 of the party headquarters tonight. You're watching Quebec Votes 2022. Welcome back to Quebec Votes 2022. I am Deborah Arbeck here in Montreal. I want to bring you our attention to the countdown clock at the bottom of your screen. Just over 19 minutes, almost 20 minutes till the polls close now, and the results will begin rolling in as of 8 o'clock as Quebecers decide whether to give François Legault and the CAQ a second mandate Our team of reporters is at the 5 major party headquarters tonight. Cathy Sine is with the CAQ, Simon Nakonechny is with the Liberals, Matt Damour with Quebec Solidaire, Sharon Yonan-Reynolds with the PQ, and Jennifer Yoon is at the Conservative Party headquarters tonight. We're going to begin, though, with Cathy in Quebec City at Le Théâtre Capitole. Cathy, the CAQ started this campaign with a big lead in the polls. François Legault has not had an easy campaign, though.
No, and I must tell you, Deborah, that our Sarah Levitt just saw François Legault arriving at the Théâtre Capitole. So he'll be watching the election night here in the theater somewhere. So he arrived here a few minutes ago. He was tired during this election campaign. He was on the defensive. He was exasperated at some time. He made some faux pas on his own, not because of the other 4 political parties. Some political analysts said he was his worst enemy. So he made some faux pas on immigration, trying to talk about the protection of the French language. And this time he had to defend his own record as a premier. So it was a very different election campaign than in 2018. And I asked him just a few days ago, why were you not, were you in such a bad mood during this election campaign? And he told me that that was not true. That was a spin. And he was happy as he was in 2018. What's at stake tonight, this evening, is that he needs to get a strong mandate to be able to do what he was not able to accomplish due to the pandemic. So we'll see tonight.
Cathy, thanks so much. I'm going to head out now to Simon Nakonechny, who is at the Corona Theatre in Montreal at Liberal Party headquarters. Simon, big stakes are at play for the Liberal leader, Dominique Anglade. Some polls suggest the party could come in 3rd in popular vote for the very first time in history.
Deborah, Dominique Anglade never mentioned once that she was running for leader of the opposition during this election campaign. This is the Quebec Liberal Party. They simply don't do that. As Suda mentioned, this is the natural governing party of Quebec in many ways. And they had a really poor start to the campaign, really stumbling out of the gates. For the first week of the campaign, Dominique Anglade was dogged with questions about why she didn't have a full slate of candidates, and in some pretty key ridings, too. But then, after the second French debate, the debate at Radio-Canada, she kind of seemed to hit her stride. Then there was the divisive comments by Jean Boulet and François Legault about immigration. That kind of gave her a contrast where she could say that I'm going to be the premier of all Quebecers and not just some of the group of Quebecers. Now, what does Dominique Anglade need to do tonight for it to be a success? Well, number 1, she needs to win her own seat. That's not really a given at this point. Number 2, she needs to preserve those liberal strongholds in and around Montreal, like Lapinière, for example, Gaétan Barrette's old riding. And number 3, she needs to create a surprise or two, maybe flip a riding or hold a riding she's not expected to. Now, if she can do those 3 things, I think that most people in the party will view this as a success and that her leadership standing in the party will be strong. Deborah?
All right, thanks so much, Simon Nakonechny. We should find out more in about 16 minutes as the polls close at 8 o'clock. Matt Damour is with Quebec Solidaire at M. Tellis in Montreal. Matt, this could be a big night for Gabriel Nadeau-Dubois as well as his party.
Yeah, the party is hoping for a good night. You mentioned before that we should be in for some surprises in a Quebec election night. And Gabriel Nadeau-Dubois has said over and over again that he thinks that Quebec Solidaire is the party that's going to be delivering those surprises tonight. Simon was just talking about the fact that the Liberal leader didn't really talk about running for the opposition. It's pretty much the opposite for Quebec Solidaire. At almost every opportunity that Gabriel Nadeau-Dubois was asked about what he was running for, he would mention being ready to form the next official opposition. At first, it was more about forming the next government, but that was more at the outset of the campaign. But the rhetoric changed, and in the last blitz of the campaign here in Montreal, they said that they are in a good position to flip some key liberal strongholds, to pierce that liberal armor, which would be key for them to be able to form the next official opposition. And they really hammered the message that they've been talking about: the environment, public transportation, and housing. And with that trio of issues, they've been trying to speak directly to Montreal voters.
Matt Damour tonight, that definitely is the secondary race tonight, is amongst the opposition parties. Who is going to lead the opposition after this night is over? Thank you so much, Matt Damour. We're going to take you out to Sharon Yonan-Reynolds, who's in Boucherville. 14 minutes and 45 seconds left till the polls close. She is at Hôtel Mortagne with the Parti Québécois. And Sharon, early in the campaign, we were talking about the PQ potentially all but being wiped off the map. But over the past couple of weeks, thanks to the leader, the party has actually picked up some momentum.
They sure have, and I can even start by just talking about, I guess, what you could call the momentum in the room. I'm feeling a lot of energy. There are probably about 100 people here at this point who are not journalists or technicians, some candidates, but a lot of them volunteers. I spoke to a few of them. A lot of them told me that they have been working for free for the campaign between 40 and 50 hours a week since the end of August, since the campaign started. That's a lot of dedication, and I think that's a big part of the momentum that Paul Saint-Pierre Plamondon has been talking about since the beginning of the campaign. And I can attest to the fact, having followed the Parti Québécois for the first and last week, going to events, holding rallies, and seeing people show up, see a lot of enthusiasm for the party. And of course, Paul Saint-Pierre Plamondon ranking pretty high among the other party leaders in terms of what people thought of his campaign and people appreciating it. And I think, of course, some of the things that he's been talking about in terms of what he brings to the table, protection of the French language, promising, if his party forms government, that he's going to hold a referendum on Quebec becoming a country in his first mandate. For people who are really, interested in those things, they are really connecting with him. And it remains to be seen whether that momentum he's been talking about is really going to translate into votes tonight. But we'll be following that, so I guess we'll see.
All right, great stuff. Thanks so much, Sharon. And Jennifer Yoon is at the Conservative Party of Quebec headquarters at Manoir du Lac de Lage. That is just outside Quebec City. And Jennifer, this was Éric Duhaim's first campaign as party leader. He was appealing to people frustrated by pandemic restrictions, as well as courting the Anglophone vote.
Yeah, that's right. He was messaging people, saying that his party is a vote against François Legault, really talking about a lot of the health restrictions, as you mentioned. Now, the room is filling in a little bit. That energy that he managed to capture is very palpable here in the room. Duhaime himself is also in the building. He's not in the room quite yet. He's waiting for the results to come in, as are we all. It would be a big deal for this party to elect even one person into the National Assembly. That's because this party hasn't elected anyone since the 1930s, since before World War II. They did have one person in the National Assembly, Claire Sampson, after she crossed the floor from the CAQ. But if they're able to pick up in Beauce-Nord, Beauce-Sud, or Chauveau, where Duhaime is running, that would be a huge deal. Deborah?
All right, Jennifer Yoon live tonight with 11 minutes, 40 seconds left until the polls close here in Quebec. This is election day in this province. Do stay with us. The host of Power and Politics, Vashi Kapelas, joins me to talk about what's at stake nationally. That's after the break. Welcome back to Quebec Votes 2022. Joining me now, Vashi Kapelos, the host of Power and Politics on CBC News Network. Thanks for being here, Vashi.
Hi, thanks so much for having me, Deborah.
Vashi, the federal Liberals will be watching this election extremely closely. François Legault has made it clear he's looking out for the interests of Quebec. If he wins this election, how will that play out in Ottawa, do you think?
Look, I think it's a super interesting election for a number of reasons. And you're absolutely right. The federal Liberals are watching, but so are the other federal parties, because I think it's a pretty understandable statement that Quebec is one of the most central provinces to any electoral calculation they can make on the federal landscape. I would say in particular for the federal government, they have a pretty good working relationship with François Legault. So I don't think that they're anticipating a huge change in that. But some of the issues that proved to be lightning rods in this provincial campaign have also translated to the federal stage. So think, for example, of Bill 96. Think of the immigration issues that were so prevalent during all of this. These are real points of cleavage between the current provincial government and perhaps the incumbent one in Quebec and the federal Liberals and the federal government. You could see a kind of evolution where they became more and more outspoken, kind of culminating in Bill 96 and what they said they would do as far as its constitutionality and things to that effect. So they're hedging their bets a little bit, but if they're up against a very popular, if in fact that is the case, incumbent government, that's a whole different calculation for them. And I've just noticed in the past few elections, like those big issues in Quebec that are often the subject of much controversy really translate to the federal stage and can become a really sticky issue for, as I said, not just the Liberals, but a whole plethora of federal parties.
You know, François Legault is really goal-oriented. You know, he likes to get things done. He got a lot done during his first mandate. He's going to be continuing to go after health transfers and more powers for immigration. So what do you think his chances are in this next mandate?
Well, it's a really interesting question, and especially if I could zero in on the health transfer issue, because he is among a large group, in fact, a unanimous group of premiers who are asking the federal government for more money. The difference is much, if not most of those premiers are willing to take some strings attached. François Legault is not. He says, hand over the billions for healthcare and I'll decide exactly how it gets spent. And the same applies to a whole host of other areas. It's not just really health, right? Quebec is kind of infamous, and François Legault in particular, for saying, give us money, but without any strings attached. So how much of a fight does he put up for that? I cannot imagine a world in which the federal government says to all the provinces, here's an extra $30 billion for healthcare, spend it whatever way you want. They're going to want to see some outcomes attached to that. They're going to want to see some strings attached. Other provinces are more willing to acquiesce. Quebec is not, and in particular, as I said, François Legault is not. So I think what it does is set the stage, especially if he does win a resounding second mandate, for a real fight between the feds and the province of Quebec, led by François Legault, if in fact that is the case.
And yeah, looking pretty good probably tonight. Under 6 minutes left till the polls close here in Quebec. Just a bit of time left, Vashi, but you know, I want to talk about Pierre Poilievre, throw the new leader of the Conservatives into this mix. And this could get rather interesting in Ottawa. How would he react to a second mandate for François Legault?
I think pretty favorably overall. I think the federal Conservatives view François Legault as kind of a small C Conservative, so they certainly see it as some kind of endorsement for the Conservative movement in the country. There are some major points of difference, I should point out, between the federal Conservatives and François Legault and the CAQ, but overall, I think they're like, oh, okay, this is not the worst it could be. I think they're also those watching very closely for the Conservative Party and trying to see if they're able to make any inroads. If they're not, what challenges exist for them. I think it's not as clear-cut. Pierre Poilievre will have a lot of issues like the resource issue, for example, which are not necessarily without controversy in Quebec natural resources. I'm thinking of where his position is much different than the position of even François Legault. So the type of conservatism is a little bit different, but I think they take it as a bit of almost like a tepid endorsement that some form of conservatism can prevail in Quebec. What more ends up happening remains to be seen.
Absolutely. Vashi Kapelos, thanks so much for coming on tonight.
Oh, my pleasure. Thanks, Deborah.
4.5 minutes left till the polls close on this election night. Victory is very far from a sure thing for three of the major party leaders. Doug, the leaders of the PQ, the Conservative Party, are both running in their ridings for the very first time, and the Liberal Party leader is hoping to hang on to hers.
Yeah, let's start, though, with the PQ and Paul Saint-Pierre Plamondon, and where he's running here in the riding of Camille Lorrain. He's going up against an incumbent, Richard Campeau of the CAQ, trying to take that riding back. It used to be a PQ stronghold, if you will, for the last couple of elections leading into that. But what's interesting about this riding is who's not running in it. The QS candidate dropped out after she was captured on camera switching out pamphlets at people's doors, pulling the PQ pamphlets out and putting her pamphlets in. So with the QS candidate not running here, will those votes transfer over to the PQ or will they stay with the CAQ? It'll be a very interesting race in Camille Lorrain for Paul Saint-Pierre Plamondon. And as we look to Saint-Henri, Sainte-Anne, and Dominic Anglade's race, this is a Liberal bastion here. They've held this riding since 1994, and she's not running against any particular star candidate, so big stakes for her to hold that riding on the island of Montreal. And then finally, in the Quebec City region in Chauveau, this is where Éric Duhem is running, and of course, he's running up against the incumbent Sylvain Levesque. Will he be able to get a seat in the National Assembly and lead his party from Quebec City? Well, we'll be watching these ones as the night unfolds, Deborah.
Doug, thanks so much. We've got 3 minutes left till the polls close tonight. I want to bring in Christian Bourque and Emily Nicolas, who are going to be with me throughout the night. So, Emily, what happens if those three leaders don't win their seats tonight?
It's going to be a very different scenario, I think, for those three leaders who we're talking about. I think for Éric Duhem, if he has one riding, even if it's not his own, it's still a win in some ways. If Paul Saint-Pierre Plamondon doesn't get his own riding, once again, it means that he's not getting a lot of other ridings either, so that some of the approval or the vote for the PQ didn't translate into actual seats. It might be a more difficult situation for him. However, I think most people will say that he's had a very good campaign, so he's not necessarily likely to be ousted by his party right away. I think it'd be more difficult for Dominic Anglade if she doesn't have her own party. The Liberal Party is not a party that's used to be run from a person that's not sitting at the National Assembly. And the question is, who else would want to run for the Liberal leadership? We would not necessarily have an announcement the night of tonight, but I think there would be some very existential questions to be asked for the Liberals in the coming days.
All right, we've got 1:43 seconds till the polls close tonight. I am just hearing that there is a power failure on the island of Montreal. So the good news is it's not affecting any of the polls right now, but people are actually going out and voting with their flashlights. So I was telling you not too long ago about the fact that there are always surprises in Quebec elections. Well, there's a good example of how things work in the Belle Province. Okay, I want to bring Christian back into the conversation. The race for leader of the opposition, Christian, there's potentially a lot of drama there tonight as well.
Yeah, and it basically means that Quebec Solidaire will win Liberal seats in order for them to be able to do that. Now, if you look at the four other parties outside of the CAQ, if we trust the polls, maybe we should, but those four parties are within a point or two of a fantastic evening and within a point or two of a disaster. It is this close. So election nights are fun for that reason, because there's something of the storyline will unfold tonight, and I'm sure will make it very interesting.
I think it will be an interesting night. Absolutely. All right. We'll be talking with Christian and Emily throughout the evening. Just over 30 seconds now before the polls close. After a 36-day campaign, at times very controversial, it is decision time to hear what Quebecers have decided. Will they give François Legault and the CAQ another mandate? And if so, who will be the leader of the official opposition? Could the Liberal Party be reduced to third place in the popular vote? We're going to find out as the results begin to roll in here on CBC. Good evening. I'm Deborah Arbeck. Thank you for joining us for Quebec Votes 2022 on CBC Montreal and right across the country on CBC News Network and CBC Gem. The polls are now closed and the ballots are being counted. We'll bring you the results as they come in. There are 125 ridings up for grabs tonight, 63 wins, and that makes a majority. You'll want to keep an eye on the graphic at the bottom of your screen. That is where you're going to see the race play out. Which parties are leading, which ones are elected. First, let's go to Douglas Gallivan. You will be bringing us the results riding by riding tonight, Doug. And often the hard-hit Les Îles de la Madeleine, hard hit by the storm that was Fiona, often that is where we see the first results.
Yeah, often because they are an hour ahead of us in a different time zone. So their ballots, their polling stations actually close an hour before. And we'll be, of course, watching this race as it unfolds. Last time it was only decided by 15 votes. So while it's one of the first that we usually get results, maybe one of the last where we'll actually be able to call a winner. Joel Arsenault is the incumbent, and we're expecting him to go head-to-head with Jonathan Lapierre of the CAQ, both of the mayors in the islands there. And of course, they are running under banners of the PQ and the CAQ, but people saying there that this is really a battle of personalities, Jonathan versus Joel. But don't count out the Liberal candidate either. Dominic Anglade and her party spending the last couple of days of the campaign in that region and trying to make a final appeal there. You know, we are getting some results in here now, and we also want to take a look right now. Here we go. We got some numbers on the board, and we're getting some numbers from Chateauguay right now, where we have 9 out of 183 polls reporting, and the CAQ candidate right now is up by 177 votes, a strong lead there. Here's Benoit Charette running in Deux-Montagnes, a very strong lead for him. 700 votes already as the PQ trailing in second place. Only 6 of 165 polls reporting, much more counting to go there as well. Here's Les Îles de la Madeleine with the first results, and we have Joel Arsenault jumping out to a substantial lead here with 82 over top of Jonathan Lapierre. There's only about 10,000, a little more than 10,000 voters on Les Îles de la Madeleine. So, you know, each one of these votes counts a little bit more in a region where there's fewer people voting. And then here we have Jacques Cartier, a stronghold for the Liberal Party, and Gregory Kelly is looking in strong shape there as he has almost 900 votes and a lead of almost 700 at this point. And let's move on to Jonquière. This is a riding that we'll be focusing in on. And wow, look at that, the CAQ. This is in the Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean. This was the only riding that the CAQ did not have a seat in coming into this election. And right now it looks like Yannick Gagnon, the man who works at a youth center up there, is in control with a 423 vote lead. The PQ candidate, Caroline Dubé, far behind at 186 right now, but still only 9 of 160 polls reporting. But an indication here that the CAQ is off to a strong start in Jonquière in the Lac-Saint-Jean region.
And we are off to a quick start in this evening because the CAQ is already on the board with 12 seats. So they are leading in 12 seats right now. The Liberals on the board with 1, Quebec Solidaire on the board also with 1, and the PQ on the board with 1. Remember what I was saying earlier in the program, that there is going to be a race for the official opposition. Take a look at that. The Liberals, QS, the PQ, all tied with 1 apiece right now. The CAQ way out in front already with 12 seats, leading in 12 seats, that is. Already 8,000 votes in the bank. So if you think about it, when there's a public opinion poll, usually we'd see a sample of about 1,000 people. We've already got 8,000 as a sample. So quite impressive that we've got so many votes in right now. I want to go out to Cathy Sinet. She is in Quebec City, and she has Geneviève Guilbeault, the public security minister, with her. A very popular minister here in Quebec, Cathy.
Exactly, Geneviève Guilbeault, who is the outgoing deputy premier as well. Mrs. Guilbeault, you won your first seat in Louis-Hébert by a by-election in 2017. You ran in 2018. You were re-elected, but this time in 2022, MNAs, outgoing MNAs, candidates received death threats and lots of hate messages. Was it different for you on the field, this campaign? Was it harder because of this?
Well, there was a lot of negativity in this campaign. I agree on that. I think that some of the candidates and political parties had toxic way of doing politics at some points, but overall I think we made an excellent campaign. I am very proud of my chief, my prime minister, our prime minister, Mr. Legault. He did a very great campaign according to me, and he made it very clear that at the CAQ we have the best economic team to be able to adjust to this crisis of inflation.
And you think that your leader may run a good campaign, but what do you make of all those opinions of people saying that he ran a very bad campaign, he was tired, sometimes exasperated? So you think the opposite?
Well, I think he was great, but I understand that there have been a lot of comments on after the debates and things like that. But overall, we did a really great campaign. We had propositions that were constructive, that were necessary. I think we have to give back money to Quebecers because the cost of life is higher and higher. We have to continue to build and renovate our schools to make education the priority of the government, which is already the case for the last 4 years. And we have this duty of fighting against climate changes. And we have the best vision on that. We have the best plan. And so I hope that we succeeded in convincing Quebecers.
So let's say you form the next government with a strong majority. Mr. Legault said many times that he wants to work with all the other political parties to be a rassembleur. How do you see this? How do you see that the CAQ can work with the other political parties?
I think he is right. We need to work all together, and we already did in the last 4 years with the.
But you had the pandemic that made a lot of changes. You took the lead during the 2 years and a half. That's a lot for a 4-year mandate.
Yes, and we had to spend almost half of the last mandate over the pandemic. So we need 4 more years to make sure that we can go on with this program, this ambitious program and vision that we have for the Quebec to create wealth and to fight, like I said, against climate changes. So we have a lot of challenges here in Quebec.
But to do
we have the best team to cope with those challenges.
But you want to do it in collaborating more with the other political parties, really?
Yeah. And I think it's important. We need opposition in a healthy democracy. So we'll work with whoever was elected. Tonight, Quebecers decide what people they want to represent them, and we have to respect those decisions.
So, Deborah, this is Geneviève Guilbeault, the outgoing Public Security Minister and Deputy Premier. And she was looking to the results because there are 2 big screens over here and the results are coming out. So even though Mrs. Guilbeault is basically sure that the CQ will form the next government, I think there is a suspense here, so we never know how strong the government will be.
I must say, we're all looking at the results right now, and what I can tell you is that the CAQ is sitting pretty well right now, looking pretty, with 25 on the board. Liberals pulling out ahead of that pack. I was telling you about the race for the opposition. The Liberals at 5. We've got the QS at 1. The PQ fell off the board. It's back on again, but take a look at that. The Conservatives also on the board. A very interesting race developing here for the opposition as the CAQ pulls ahead. And we want to bring Suda in again to take a look at the vote share and the seat change. Tell us about this big picture. How's it all playing out?
You know how François Legault has always wanted to position himself as a nationalist leader, like the French media would always call him like Capitaine Quebec. Well, take a look at that CAQ ship, and specifically in the greater Montreal area. I want to take a look at that. Take a look at this, Laval and a Liberal stronghold, Marquette. Take a look at that. How does this look like in terms of the vote share? Already 48.8% of the vote. They are off to an excellent start here. And let's take a look at overall their seat change. Again, let's get some perspective here. Last vote, they were at 77. They could lose 14 and still form a majority. Take a look at where they are now, up 2.
It's remarkable, 48.8%. That is
huge. Again, still early. Votes are coming in, but I haven't seen this kind of blue here. We haven't seen that kind of blue here, but again, still early.
Thank you, Suda, and I want to bring up the board for Rousseau because I understand that we are now taking a look at the first elect on the board for Rousseau. This is François Legault's former riding when he used to be part of the Parti Québécois. We're not getting that board up, but I can tell you that the candidate in that riding for Rousseau has been elected. The CAQ sitting at 25 right now, the Liberals at 6, the Parti Québécois at 2, and the Québec Solidaire at 1. Same story for the Conservatives. Now I can tell you that the CBC Decision Desk is ready to make a call. Quebec, your next government will be a CAQ majority. François Legault called this election 36 days ago, asking Quebecers to let him continue what he started. Another 4 years would allow him to put more money in Quebecers' pockets to deal with rising inflation. They liked how he handled the pandemic and believe that he is the one who can get them through this latest crisis, the cost of living crisis. François Legault has managed to win back-to-back majorities. I want to bring in Cathy Senet once again because this is quite something, a historic night. We've not seen back-to-back majorities in the 20s. 2000s, I think
exactly.
It is.
And here the energy is quite high. There are more party faithful that just arrived, and you have more outgoing MNAs that are one after the other getting re-elected. So I can see a lot more people than just 10 minutes ago. It's a tour de force for the CAQ to form a strong, the next government with a strong majority with this party that was basically created in 2011. Mr. Legault created his own third way, and he had a way to work really, really fast. Do you remember, like back in 2018, they had many, many bills. Bill 21 on secularism, Bill 9 on immigration, then Bill 40 to transform school boards into school service centers. It went very, very fast. And then, bang, the pandemic hit. And then he took the lead. And I remember I was at every press conference when the COVID-19 crisis started, and it was a lot of energy, a lot of commitment for Mr. Legault, and Quebecers were listening to him. We were listening to him, and I think every single time when there was a gathering or party faithful were gathering,
I can hear the cheers,
and we're thinking, I know, the atmosphere is great because so Quebecers thanked him a lot for what he did during the pandemic. I guess, and I think the fatigue of Mr. Legault during the election campaign is maybe an accumulation of all this. And also he was challenged by the other political parties. But now, today, it's a time of celebration. So perhaps Mr. Legault will get all his energy back to start this. So we'll see. I'll bring you more MNAs that have been re-elected and see how they see things. Because Mr. Legault said many times that because of the COVID-19 pandemic, he has not been able to do everything that he wanted to do. And one thing that he needs to do, and he's basically saying that he counts on his health minister, Christian Dubé, to do it, is to revamp the healthcare system. There are problems across Canada with healthcare system. There are problems in Quebec. So the expectations are high for Mr. Legault to make changes, real concrete changes in the healthcare system. So now you have way more people because all the candidates are coming in now and celebrating the victory. So I'll get back to you, Deborah, with more guests.
All right, quite a night for François Legault as he has won himself a majority government. This is the breaking news tonight, a majority government for the CAQ and François Legault. This is a young party by Quebec standards. It's only, 11 years old, but it is cementing its place in history tonight. I mean, just take that in. This is the second mandate for François Legault. Whether you like him or not, you have to appreciate what he has accomplished here, whether you voted for François Legault or not. Some were saying during this election campaign that, you know, he was grumpy. He didn't have a smile on his face very often. And during the debates, he needed to smile more. I have a pretty good feeling tonight there is quite the smile on Mr. Legault's face tonight. And there is more good news to François Legault. We are now hearing that François Legault has won his seat in L'Assomption. He will be very happy. I'm sure that smile is getting bigger and bigger by the second as he learns that he has won his seat commandingly, too, ahead of his nearest competitor at 1,757 seats. Okay, so we were just telling you about this breaking news, the majority government that the CAQ has managed to achieve. So where are the seats? What is happening? Let's bring Doug in. Doug, where is all of this happening at the moment?
Well, we're going to show you a couple of ridings now to give you an idea of how he pulled this one off. And this one is a surprise. Now, it's still very close here, but we're talking about Rosemont. This is right in the heart of the island of Montreal. And right now, the CAQ candidate, Sandra O'Connor, is in a 40-vote lead over the incumbent, Vincent Marissal. We were expecting this to be perhaps a showdown between the QS and the PQ here, but the PQ back in third place right now, and the CAQ candidate fighting it out with Vincent Marissal, as we have 11 of 186 polls reporting in Rosemont. Moving on to Marquette. Now, this one is very, very close. This is a Liberal stronghold here since 1981. Enrico Ciccone is only up by 1 vote right now, just 1 vote. It is 8 of 157 polls reporting here, so much more counting to come, but he is fighting with the CAQ in this one here. And then we look at Chomedy here, another Liberal stronghold, and it is a very tight race. It does look right now like the Liberal candidate is in the lead by 207 votes with 10 out of 205 polls reporting, but the CAQ candidate hot on the heels there as they try to flip a seat in the island, on the city of Laval. And then we go up north to Ungava, and a bit of a surprise here, of course, early days of 10 of 111 polls reporting, but Denis Lamotte, the incumbent, is in the lead by 88. Perhaps we were hoping or expecting this to be a little bit closer. The Liberals spending their last day of the campaign up in Ungava, but right now Denis Lamotte in the lead there for the CAQ. And we have one more here to show you. It is Lotbinière-Frontenac, which we're looking at right now, and Isabelle Lecourt is in the lead in this one right now. She's leading by 87 votes, but the surprise here, you might have seen it on the board, the Conservative with the number 1 there. That was Christian Gauthier. He was leading in this race, but we're continuing to count the votes, and of course this is an evolving situation, but it is kind of a 2-horse race right now between the Conservative Gauthier and Isabelle Lecourt, the incumbent from the CAQ. Deborah.
Yeah, the seats are coming in fast and furiously. CBC projecting, though, is the big news that the CAQ has managed to get a majority government tonight. The CAQ sitting at 41 seats, the Liberals at 11, the Québec solidaire at 3, and the Parti québécois at 1. The Conservatives have fallen off the board once again. Bringing your eye back to the CAQ and 41 seats, I want to bring in our panel, Christian Bourque and Émilie. Nicolas, first of all, I want to ask you, Christian, because at 41, what are you seeing in terms of a majority? Is this going to be a big majority? Is it going to be a small majority? Is it too early to say?
Because right now they're leading in seats in Laval, for example, and also on the island of Montreal as well. It is an indication that the majority should or could be larger at the end of tonight. However, when we see in terms of popular vote, usually the regional seats that have fewer voters per poll tend to report first, and very sort of urban, densely populated seats tend to report a bit later. So the Liberals numbers and the QS numbers, Québec solidaire, should improve as we move along. But if they are winning seats in Laval, it's because, again, they're making gains on top of their 77 that they already had. So we should expect potentially a larger majority tonight.
All right. And as we talk about the second race that we're watching tonight, for the opposition party, right now, still, again, early, but the Liberals are out in front. What is that telling you, do you think, at this point, Émilie, about the race?
So there is a gap in between the different parties, even if they are, say, if there's a scenario that there's only 1% of apart in terms of the vote. The Liberal vote tends to be more concentrated on the Montreal island. So with not that high of a number of the vote, they will have more seats. So what we're seeing so far is Liberal vote concentrated, for example, in the West Island ridings that are still that are already starting to come in. We're seeing that one riding, Chaumédé in Laval, that might also still be a Liberal riding by the end of the night. So those are the seats that we're seeing right now. There's one in the Eastern Township in Northford, but other than that, it's all Montreal seats.
All right. Okay, that is interesting. Thank you so much, Emily. We're going to go out to Matt Amour. He is with Quebec Solidaire tonight, and again, I bring your attention to the board where Quebec Solidaire is sitting at 3. He's got Ruba Gazelle with him. Matt, how are things? I mean, when you compare what was going, I'm just hearing some cheers. So I'm not quite sure what that was for, but what is the mood like there, first of all?
Well, the mood is very energetic right now. Most of the supporters have started coming into the M-Telus, and the cheers right now that you're hearing are from a pretty nifty MC that seems to be working the crowd pretty well. But there have been some reactions to some of the numbers that have been coming in, but obviously the big numbers coming in are for this call for the CAQ majority. Now, Madame Ruba-Gazal, candidate in Mercier, the first thing I would like to ask you is for your reaction to this projection that's being made for another majority CAQ government.
Well, you know, we are not surprised. The number of the polls said that they will win. Now, what's important is that we're going to continue to ask this government to be responsible about the climate change. They don't have a plan. Their plan can't even is not good. Is not even doing the minimum of what scientists are saying. The housing crisis, they don't have anything for that. So we can collaborate for the good thing for the people. We have a plan, but it's important for the premier to stop divide people and to resemble to be the premier Monsieur Legault for all the Quebecers, not only for the people who vote for the CAQ.
So moving away from the CAQ and looking at Quebec Solidaire, when you look at this campaign, what is your sense of the energy of the campaign? Because in the last week, Gabriel Nadeau-Dubois seemed to have a lot of energy when he was doing door-to-door on the streets. He was almost hopping up the stairs, and he was really talking about this notion that Quebec Solidaire had a chance of forming the next official opposition. Is that a feeling that you're still getting from the energy in the room now?
I'm very, very confident that we are going not only to keep the riding, the 10 places where we have, but we're going to grow in Montreal and also outside of Montreal in all the region of Quebec.
Now, you talked a little bit about trying to grow on the island of Montreal. Mr. Nadeau-Dubois spoke about what he said were issues that they talked about during the campaign that really spoke to Montrealers. He talked about the housing crisis. He said the environment and public transit were the things he wanted to focus on to get that message to Montreal. Do you get a sense that that worked? Do you think that the message got through to Montreal voters, that you're trying to sway mostly from the Liberals?
Well, we are very present with people, like during all the campaign, me and other candidates and Gabriel Nadeau-Dubois, and for us it's important. I don't know what's happening there. And so for us it's important to talk for Montrealers, and also there's a lot of immigrants living there that work, and they were hurt of what Monsieur François Legault has said, Monsieur Boulet, and we want to have this inclusive discussion with people, and I'm pretty sure that people will hear us and that we will do some gain.
Ruba Gazal, thank you very much for your time this evening. So Deborah, things are getting underway here. People have pretty much filed into the M-Telus. You can hear all the cheering behind me. There is a lot of energy in the room right now, and I think people are gearing up for a long night at the Quebec Solidaire election night event.
Yeah, and you're looking pretty good there, Matt, on the big screen. Those cheers were for you and your interview. Well done. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, there's still 53 seats left to come, so we're still waiting on results of that. And of those seats, we have 31 that are CAQ incumbents. That's a big deal because you add up, if they were to maintain their seats and you add that up with the 53 that they've already got, they're looking at a pretty good night. But let's get some more riding details from Doug. So do you have any more seats for us?
Yeah, we're just going to keep looking at where the CAQ is picking up some seats tonight. And we talked about taking a bite out of that Liberal apple in Laval. And this is what is going on in Fabre right now, as we have Alice Abou Khalil, who is a IT specialist. She is up by 186 votes right now over Sonia Bodillo. This was an open riding, but it was held by the Liberals since 2003. But right now, as we have 7 of 177 polls reporting the CAQ in the lead there. Same sort of scenario here for the Mille-Îles riding, as Julie Said is in first place right now with a 124 vote lead over Virginie Dufour. This is another riding that was a Liberal stronghold since 2003, but right now that is trending towards flipping toward the CAQ. But again, early days, only 4 of 149 polls reporting there. This one, we can say that our decision desk has made a decision, and it is going the direction of the CAQ. Jonquière was an area that they did focus on heavily, like I said off the top. Sylvain Gaudreau not running for the PQ again. This was the final seat in the Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean region that the CAQ did not have coming into this election. Well, they have it now, as Yannick Gagnon, the man who runs the youth center up there, is going to win a seat at the National Assembly. Now moving out to René Lévesque. Still very early voting here, as we have 3 of only 121 polls reporting, but this is a PQ stronghold. Again, an open riding, as the incumbent deciding not to run in this one again, and the CAQ looking like they're breaking through that wall that Suda was talking about. Well, this might be part of that breaking and pushing the PQ off of the map here. And then looking at the Gaspé, same scenario here. This was a PQ incumbent actually running with Mégane Perry-Mélançon, and she's trailing right now by 254 votes. Of course, only 7 of 134 polls reporting, so we have not made a decision on this one yet, but right now trending in the direction of the CAQ.
Wow, that is incredible. Okay, thanks so much, Doug. You know, when you look at the board and you see the Liberals are flirting between 13 and 12, well, 12 gives you party status in the National Assembly. So right now it's looking not so bad for the Liberals that they may maintain at least party status and potentially do better, not quite as well as they did in 2018, but looking better than some of the polls were anticipating for tonight. Want to bring up some, just before we go to Simon at party headquarters, that I told you earlier that there is a power failure on the island of Montreal in the area, the neighborhood of NDG. Just want to let some folks know that they may keep some polls open tonight. If you haven't had an opportunity to vote and you're hearing this, you might be at someone else's house, there's a possibility that you can still get your vote in even after 8 o'clock because Elections Quebec will keep those polls open for you. Let's bring in Simon, who is at the Liberal headquarters, and I can see that you're with Christine Saint-Pierre, a former MNA and Liberal minister at one time. And, I mean, things are not looking too bad for the Liberals tonight, after all.
Yeah, Deborah, and when it was announced that it would be a CAQ majority very, very quickly after, the results closed, a bit of a tough reaction here in the crowd. But there was a positive cheer, Madame Saint-Pierre, when it was announced that the Liberals would be the official opposition. Obviously not the result maybe you were dreaming of, but maybe one you expected.
Yes, it's kind of relief, that we have the official opposition, but I am a little bit disappointed because we don't have probably the number of MNA that we had in the other legislation, but I think that this is a good news. It is a good news because we will be a strong opposition. We will be there. We will be united. We will have strong MNAs, very dedicated to the Liberal Party of Quebec. So we will have to work very, very hard.
You said you'll have to work very, very hard. What did you think of Dominique Anglade's campaign? She did work very, very hard.
She worked very, very hard. She is a very, very good candidate, very good leader. But, I think that the population of Quebec decided to elect Mr. Legault for a second mandate. And this is up to us now to be very strong and to make sure that it will be a strong opposition and to make sure that we will ask strong questions. And the pandemic, I think, helped Mr. Legault. And now we have to make sure that all the Liberals in Quebec come back to the Liberal Party of Quebec. And this is very, very important.
Anglophones are a big part of the Liberal Party of Quebec and probably going to save a lot of seats for you tonight. A lot of Anglos I spoke to on the campaign trail were very upset about the way the party handled Bill 96.
Yes.
Do you think that was a mistake?
What we try to do with this bill is to make sure that we protect the French language, but we realize after the fact that they were upset because of Dawson's situation and the fact that we had the. I'm sorry about the noise.
It must be good news.
We have had proposed 3 French courses, and we didn't see that it was upset that the Anglo population, Anglo people, were upset by this piece of legislation. But after that, we decided to vote against the bill because the bill goes too far, and we have to work to make sure that the government will respect the Charter of Rights. The thing which is very, very upsetting for me is the fact that they don't respect the Charter of Rights in Quebec. And this is very, very important to respect the charters. So I think the notwithstanding clause, and I think that we have to make sure that they will backtrack with this clause.
Just finally, very quickly, in terms of rebuilding the Liberal Party, this is a party that has governed Quebec for so many years and is seen as the natural governing party. What does it need to do to get back to a status where it can compete to win another government?
We have to make sure that we reach out every Quebecers in Quebec. We are a party that is not divisive. We are a party that want to include everybody under the Liberal Party of Quebec. We don't see bad Quebecers and good Quebecers. We have a party which is the only party in those 5 parties that is really, really the party of all the Quebecers. This is our ADN, how do you say?
Your DNA.
And we have to make sure that people understand that we need in Quebec a party which is dedicated to everybody, immigrants, Anglophone, Francophone, and this is not the case with the Coalition Avenir Québec.
Well, thank you very much for taking the time, Christine Saint-Pierre, and we'll be following the results here at the Liberal headquarters. Of course, you did hear some cheers. I'm not exactly sure what those cheers were for, but I think as the results come in, many here will be taking solace in every seat that they retain and every seat that they're able to win. Deborah?
I think you're right there. Thank you so much, Simon Akonechny. I want to bring your attention to the board for a second. The Parti québécois sitting with 2 seats. Québec solidaire projected to win 7 at the moment, 14 for the Liberals, and 76 now for the CAQ. And I want to bring Cathy back in. She has Minister Éric Ducaire, who was a Minister of Cybersecurity in the last mandate. Cathy?
Yes, I am with Éric Kerr, who is also the outgoing MNA for La Pelletrie in the Quebec City region. Mr. Kerr, can I ask your reaction now that you are forming the next government with a strong majority for a second?
Yeah, well, obviously pleased, but humble, because people put their confidence in us for a second mandate, and we must deserve that confidence in the next 4 years.
So we're looking at the results here. For La Pelletrie, you have no idea.
I got no idea.
Oh my God, how is it for you? Because you have colleague.
Stressful.
So that's stressful to not know.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, because I have no idea what's the result in my own writing. So.
Mr. Kerr, you said to Mr. Legault earlier today that you've never done so much door to door. How come? Like you lost even weight?
Yes, I do. I do lose weight, but you know. Premier asked us to go meet the people, making a ground campaign, and that exactly on the field, talking with the people, listen to them, and that's exactly what I did.
But that would be your 6th mandate, so it is still stressful this evening to not know if you...
Always stressful.
Sonia Lebel has been reelected.
Cool. I'm really pleased. It's really a nice evening.
Okay, so you're having a nice evening.
Yes.
So you're happy for the others.
Absolutely.
You're a team player.
But they are all friends of mine.
Your team.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Let's be honest here, Mr. Kerr. You know François Legault for a long time, many years. So how would you evaluate his campaign? Was it good? Was it bad? He could have been able to do better?
No, certainly not bad. Yes, he was. Really? No, it was good, but you know, it was a tough one because for the first time in his career, he had to face a mandate and defend the way he managed the outbreak, the government. You know, and it's the first time in his career. So I think he do well, but I think people tonight tell him that he did great.
Oh, so the majority basically is forming the next government with a strong majority.
Yes, I think it's the judgment for the last 4 years. Now we have to deserve the confidence of the Quebecers for the next 4 years.
I'll leave you here. I wish you all the best. Hopefully you'll win again this evening. I'll see you at the National Assembly after October 3rd, after this evening. So, Deborah, we just heard that Mr. Legault might do his speech quite early this evening. So we'll see. We'll keep you up to date. So basically, and we'll see if Éric Kerr will be re-elected for his 6th mandate at the National Assembly for the CAQ.
Yeah, we did, Cathy, just see the box that came up, and I saw François Legault and his wife, Isabelle Bray. They looked like they were having fun. They looked like they were quite enjoying it. So at the end of the campaign, the smiles are back. Thanks so much, Cathy.
Excellent. Thanks to you.
17 seats still to come, and we had a number of incumbents within the CAQ that were still not elected yet, so we're still waiting on those results. So keep an eye on that 84 for the CAQ. It's potentially going up. Let's bring Suda back in with the big picture, and you're taking a look now, Suda, I believe, at Eastern Quebec.
Yeah, Eastern Quebec, but we have to say this. You know, I know there was that conversation about the CAQ campaign that François Legault had to apologize for things and explain things, but that hasn't really put a dent at all in the CAQ machine. And, you know, when I talk about that CAQ masala, well, we're talking about the sovereignist fold here, because take a look at this. This was traditional, solid PQ territory, voted yes twice in both referendums. So this is huge. They busted through that CAQ, Parti Québécois wall, the party of René Lévesque. Now let's, and take a look at this, really only one seat right now. Again, still very early, leading and projected elected Matan Matapidia. That was no real surprise there, but again, this is huge for the CAQ. We want to take a look at what this means overall as to how this party is doing overall. Up. Vote share 50.3. Like, that is huge. And we were looking at the system again, still very early, looking at where they're picking up the votes. They're picking up from Québec Solidaire, from the Liberals, from the PQ. Across the board. Yeah,
you know, I remember back in 2018, Suda, that François Legault did not go to Gaspé, and the people of Gaspé were like, well, you didn't come, you didn't win. This time around, he did stop by and visited, and
well, he stopped by then, but he also stopped by months ago.
Yeah.
Months ago.
Yeah.
So,
you're right.
huge.
Okay,
huge
take a look at a few more ridings now. Doug, what's it looking like? Do you have some more results for us?
Yeah, we're going to take a little bit of a look at the Quebec Solidaire situation here tonight, and we'll start with Maurice Richard, which, there might be some cheers in the Quebec Solidaire headquarters tonight because this is a good result for them so far as they lead by 202 votes. Boise is a banker. Can't take this one to the bank just yet, but as we have 15 of 165 polls reporting right now, the QS in the lead, and this would be a gain for them. This was a Liberal riding for the last 2 votes. Going back to Rosemont now, and Vincent Marisal is starting to expand his lead a little bit more. 24 of 186 polls reporting, and he is in a lead over Sandra O'Connor of the CAQ. The PQ falling behind here now by almost 700 votes. So it's starting to develop into a 2-horse race here with the QS in the lead. That would be a hold for them. Then moving on to Sherbrooke, this is going to be a hotly contested riding here. Caroline Saint-Hilaire is the former Bloc Québécois federal MP and one of the star candidates that François Legault dropped into this election, hoping to pull Sherbrooke back or take Sherbrooke off of the QS and Christine Lebris. And right now, she is in the lead by 31 votes, 10 of 186 polls reporting, so more counting to go there, but not exactly positive news for Quebec Solidaire early days. And when we head out to Rouyn-Noranda, this is a bit more of a spread here. Daniel Bernard, he is a former MNA for the Liberal Party from 10 years ago, getting back into provincial politics under the CAQ. This was a Rouyn-Noranda riding that François Legault was targeting by dropping Bernard into that riding and trying to get it off of Émilie Lessard-Terrien. And right now, 165 vote lead for the CAQ. This would be a loss for the Quebec Solidaire. But again, 3 of 166 polls reporting, so still time to count the votes. And then heading over to the Quebec City area, and we have Sol Zanetti, who's trying to hold on to his seat there. Right now has a 28 vote lead over Christine Gamache of the CAQ. So a bit of a mixed bag for for Quebec Solidaire as we continue to count the votes, Deborah.
All right, thank you so much, Doug. I'll bring your attention back to the board. Again, the CBC has projected that it will be a majority CAQ government. We're still looking at how big that majority will be. And right now, what we're seeing on the board is that the CAQ is at 87. I want to bring in Christian because, Christian, you're a pollster. We've been talking about the polls incessantly here in Quebec. Everybody loves to break down these polls. And at 87, that's somewhere in the margin of what we were talking about as a possibility. But there's still, 13 seats left to come in. How much more room, how much farther do you think this is going to go?
We could see this expand into the 90s before the night is over. Really, they've picked up 4 seats in Laval from the Liberals. They picked up 5 seats from the Parti québécois, which we saw on the board a little bit earlier on. Right now, they're stealing 2 potentially from Quebec Solidaire if they are continuing to do well in Rouyn-Noranda and Sherbrooke. So we could see 90+ seats. Now, when this all started off, it's the gap that they have in terms of the French language vote that is making the difference pretty much everywhere in the province. And even though right now they're in at about 50% of the popular vote, even if that was to drop 10 points, those seats would not go away. If we look at the size of the leads that they have in the ridings that they held in 2018, those majorities are even bigger now than they were. So there is a strong message of stability, steady as we go, do not rock the boat. We went from one crisis into this inflation crisis. I think a lot of people, that silent majority is saying, continuons.
You know, near the end of the campaign, there was, we've been talking about it, some unfortunate comments about immigrants, very controversial comments about immigrants in Quebec, and we were talking about both François Legault and his immigration minister Jean Boulet were talking about targets for François Legault. He compared the immigration to, or at least made a link between immigration and violence and extremism. Jean Boulet said that 80% of immigrants who come here don't learn French, they don't work, they live in Montreal, and they don't adhere to Quebec values. This became an issue towards the end of the campaign. It doesn't seem to be translating into any loss of votes for the CAQ at this moment.
No, because again, their vote mostly comes from the regions. and Laval in this particular case, very close to Montreal. But those who tended to be sort of more vocal about what Mr. Legault said or Mr. Boulay tended to be Montrealers who live with immigration all the time. And right now, they are still with the Liberals and Quebec Solidaire right now. So they are voicing their opposition to this type of language that the CAQ might have used during the election campaign. Looking forward tonight and in the next coming days to see how they will sort of extend that open hand and try to get sort of a different message across. Now that the negativity of the campaign will be out of the way, I think Mr. Legault has, part of that checklist of what he needs to do over the next couple of days is extend that open hand.
Yeah, and we'll see in his speech tonight whether he actually does, in fact, extend that olive branch in that speech, and that may or may not be the time for him to do it. We'll see. One more question for you, because the other race that we've been talking about all night is the race for the opposition. The Liberals well ahead of the two other parties, and the Conservatives have fallen off the board. What does all of this tell you?
Well, and it might be that the Conservatives, they continue on holding about 10 plus percentage points in terms of votes and not being represented in the National Assembly. This would be a first in our history. The biggest gap was one seat for the ADQ with 6% of the vote. This would be no representation with over 10% of the vote. I mean, we will need to address that. And the CAQ potentially would have 80% of the seats, and maybe with, at the end of the night, 40% of the vote. So I think all this talk about our electoral system will need to be addressed, because for the Conservatives, they don't have a voice in the National Assembly. They'll try to make that voice heard in the streets.
All right, thanks so much, Christian. We're going to go back out to Doug now, who's going to bring us up to date on how the Liberals are faring, Doug.
Yeah, let's look at a couple of ridings that the Liberals had coming into tonight from the last vote and on the island of Montreal, and see how they are doing here. Of course, early days in Bourassa-Sauvé, as we only have one poll reporting here, but Madouanika Cadet holding a 2-vote lead right now over Diallo of the CAQ. This is an open riding, as the incumbent Luc Robitaille is not, Paul Robitaille, excuse me, is not running this time, held that seat since 2003. Marguerite Bourgeois, Fred Beauchemin is in the lead here for the Liberals, 266 vote lead right now. He is the incumbent, so good news for the Liberals in a riding that looked, as the poll suggested, might be very close. It is still very close, 32 of 174 polls reporting, but Beauchemin in the lead right now as the Liberals are holding on to that seat. Then heading out to Viau, and Franz Benjamin, who has a 307 vote lead. He is the incumbent in this riding. Perhaps the CAQ and the QS were trying to target this one, take it off of the Liberals, but with 9 out of 132 polls reporting right now, the Liberals holding on to that one. Not the case in Anjou-Louriel, however, as Karine Brovin-Roy is in the lead by 301 votes over Chantal Gagnon, and this would be a flip in the direction of the CAQ if this one holds. But again, 4 out of 133 polls reporting, so plenty of counting to go there. And then looking at Laurier-Dorion, this was a Quebec Solidaire riding coming into the night with Andreas Fonticella holding that seat. Well, Adwatsi right now is in the lead with 73 votes, advantage, and 8 of 150 polls reporting, as we take a look at how the Liberals are doing on the island of Montreal, Deborah.
All right, thanks so much, Doug. 5 seats left to come, and the CAQ now up to leading or elected in 91 ridings. I want to go to Simon Nakonechny now, because he is with Carlos Leitao. He is the former finance minister in a Liberal government, and he decided not to run this time around, but he's been very involved in the Liberal campaign, Simon.
Yeah, in fact, the campaign president, and just wanted to let you know that there were cheers here earlier, just a little bit earlier, when Dominique Anglade's riding was put on the screen. It shows that she was in advance. Of course, we're in her riding right now. Now, Mr. Leitao, thanks for joining us. What do you make of the results so far? I mean, we've got you up at around 19. Is that what you were sort of thinking it would happen?
Well, frankly, I still think that we can get to somewhere between 20 and 22. We'll see how it goes. But 18, 19 will still give us the official opposition. And it's important for us to maintain the official opposition status, because that gives us more resources, more time in the National Assembly, which will make the process of rebuilding and refocusing the Liberal Party a lot easier.
Refocusing, rebuilding. What about rebuilding the so-called Liberal machine? I mean, I was on the campaign bus the first week. I was on the last week. The first week, there were not a lot of people. It didn't seem to be going very well. What happened there?
Well, the first 10 days were really not very good. The campaign did not start well. Frankly, it did not start well. All kinds of organizational problems. After the first debate, I think we were able to refocus the campaign. And Dominique did an excellent job. And in fact, it's thanks to Dominique that we were able to regain some traction. And now we're going to end up with anywhere between 18 and 22 seats.
Now, I spoke to many volunteers, people in the party during the campaign. And, there was the perception that, there was some baggage associated with the Couillard government and, of course, the Charest government. Today I asked Dominique Anglade if she thought she had turned the page on that and that it was her party now. She said she thought it was. I'm wondering, you could comment on that. Do you think this is Dominique Anglade's party now?
It is. And I think in order to make sure that is the case, she has to stay on as leader, and she will stay on as leader. And now she has 4 years to complete the job of refocusing and recentering the party. The crucial task ahead for us is to retain our base in Montreal, and we have to learn from our mistakes, recent mistakes. So we have to retain...
Bill 96.
Amongst others. So we have to retain this base, and at the same time, be able to reach out to the rest of the province. We have 4 years to do that, and I think Dominique can do that.
And just finally, in terms of, when we're talking about the tone or the strategy of the Liberal Party, you are going to have some new talent on the front benches.
We do.
Who, for you, is somebody who could be, a finance critic? Who's somebody who could be, a justice critic? Do you, without making the cabinet for Madame Anglade, who are some of the rising stars?
Well, I think we have a number of new. We have the existing MNAs that were there before. Isabelle Mélenchon, we'll see how that goes in Verdun. But Marc Tanguay, André Fortin. So those are strong existing MNAs with experience. Monsef Deragi, Greg Kelly, and then we have the new MNAs that are being elected now. Frédéric Beauchemin and Marguerite Bourgeois, which is LaSalle. Desiree McGraw. Desiree was just elected in NDG. Brigitte Garceau and Robert Baldwin. So these are strong candidates. It'll be a strong voice for Montreal in the National Assembly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Leitao.
Thank you.
This is Carlos Leitao, former finance minister and the campaign chair of this campaign. So, Deborah, we'll see how things go, hovering around that 20 mark, which, still would give them a certain strength in the National Assembly in terms of, taking the government to task.
Thank you so much, Simon Nakanishi. And in fact, the CBC Decision Desk is now projecting that the Liberals will form the opposition. So that now projected by the CBC Decision Desk. And although Dominique Anglade clearly must be disappointed that she will not be the next leader of the Premier, she has to be feeling comfortable or at least has some solace in the fact that she is going to be the leader of the official opposition. There were some pundits saying during this election campaign that perhaps the Liberals might not be the official opposition. They may fall into third place, but now they're up to 20 on the leaderboard. So they have to be at least seeing some solace in the fact that they will be the official opposition tonight. So how did they get where they are right now? I want to bring Suda back in again with her giant map to show us some of that red.
Well, take a look at that giant map in the Outaouais region. It looks like they are holding on to Pontiac. No real surprise there. Dominique Anglade spent a lot of time in the Outaouais region, so it looks like it is paying off. But let's take a look at the greater Montreal area. That is where they are holding on. No surprise there. There's a lot of red. See this? Darcy McGee No surprise. We still haven't heard anything just as yet, but for the most part, they are holding down. They are down, but they are holding on as projected, the official opposition, and they are holding on at this point to 2 ridings in Laval. Let's take a look at how they are doing vote-wise. You know, the reality in this province, to do well for a political party, you got to win the Francophone vote, but take a look. They are down, 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 down. Even on the island of Montreal, there was a time where they would poll 60, 70% of the vote. Look at that, 12.4%, an all-time historic low. But again, official opposition and holding on.
Thanks so much, Suda. All right, before we go out to Doug for some more results, I want to bring up the latest riding where we have a result, and we can tell you now that Gabriel Nadeau-Dubois has been elected in Gouin riding. This is his first time running in this riding as the parliamentary leader for the party. He is the co-spokesperson along with Manon Massé, but if he had won this election tonight, he would have been the one who would have been going to the National Assembly as Premier. He will not be doing that tonight, but he will be going back to the National Assembly. CBC projecting that he has won his seat. All right, we're going to take you back out to Doug and more results. This time, you know, I was telling people earlier that the Conservatives were on the board very briefly with 1 seat, that they're off the board again. You're going to take us through a few of those ridings.
Yeah, we're going to start with La Pelletrie because that was the one that popped up on the board a few minutes ago. Of course, it's changed now, but it still is a very close race here as Eric Kerr in the lead by 41 votes right now, as Stéphane Lachance of the Conservative Party at 313. 10 of 200 polls reporting. Still early days as we continue to count these votes, but these are the ridings where we expected the Conservative Party to be the most competitive. This one is probably one of the closest ones right now, as we have Luc Provincial trying to hold on to his seat in Beauce-Nord, and Olivier Dumais is trailing him by 186 votes right now. Still only 8 of 151 polls reporting. So if the Conservatives are going to get into the National Assembly, one of these is going to have to turn in their direction. This one is the battle of the Poulains. 3 people named Poulain running in Beauce-Sud tonight. Jonathan Poulain, 30-year-old lawyer, trying to defeat Samuel Poulain, who is the incumbent here. But the gap's starting to spread apart here as we have 553 vote lead for Samuel Poulain over Jonathan Poulain. In Bellechasse, another one that the Conservatives had some aspirations in, but the gap's starting to spread there as Stéphanie Lachance now leading by almost 700 votes over Michel Tardif of the Conservative Party, running in second place, a strong second place, but still a second place. And then if we head to Côte-de-Sud, this was an open riding here, and Mathieu Rivet is pulling into a very big lead here. He is a camp counselor, a music camp counselor, playing the right tune to voters tonight as he is up by nearly 2,500 votes over Frédéric Poulain. That was one of the ridings that the Conservatives were hoping to be more competitive in. And then we'll take a look at the leader of the Conservative Party, Éric Duhem, and that lead is starting to get pretty big for Sylvain Lévesque as well, as 33 of 205 polls reporting, and Duhem behind by almost 1,000 or more than 1,000 votes. Deborah.
Very disappointing night for Éric Duhem. We're going to take you out to Jennifer Yoon, who is at the Conservative Party headquarters at Manoir du Lac des Lages, which is just outside of Quebec City. Jennifer, what's the mood like there right now?
Tense. I think the crowd is waiting, hoping that the tide is going to turn because, as you said, Doug, it's very close in Chauveau. It doesn't look like Éric Duhem is going to get it. That's, of course, it's still early. We have about 10% of the polls reporting, so we don't know for sure yet. No sign of Duhem yet. It's funny, when the CAQ majority was called, nobody batted an eye. That wasn't a surprise for anyone, but this is the moment that they're waiting for. They're waiting to see if they can get just 1 seat. They can get their leader into the National Assembly. So we'll have to stay on the crowd. The crowd is restless. We'll have to keep an eye on that.
All right, thanks so much, Jennifer. And the Quebec Conservative Party is second in 9 ridings right now. So, you know, it's a tough night for them, coming in second in many races, or at least we're projecting that that's the way it's looking. Why don't we take a look at some of the leaders' ridings right now? I'll just run you through and update you on where we're at. François Legault projected to be going back to the National Assembly, a commanding lead over Catherine Provost, winning his riding of l'Assomption. This is a really interesting riding because the leader of the Liberal Party, many had thought that this was going to be a 3-way race. Right now, she's in the lead with 317 votes, so we're keeping an eye on this, but right now she's sitting comfortably, considering that it was going to be such a tight race. We showed you that we're projecting that Gabriel Nadeau-Dubois will be going back to the National Assembly, so certainly good news for him tonight as well. As we make our way into Camille Lorrain, this is still a tight race at 291 votes separating between Richard Campeau and Paul Saint-Pierre Plamondon. Paul Saint-Pierre Plamondon, you know, he's always considered himself to be a bit of an underdog, and he says he likes it that way. He was the underdog in the leadership race. He won that one after a second try and then on the second ballot. So for Paul Saint-Pierre Plamondon, this is not uncharted territory for him. But right now, he is trailing behind Richard Campeau, who is actually behind the push to have the riding named after Camille Lorrain. It used to be Bourget, and last June it was changed to Camille Lorrain. For those of you in the rest of the country who don't know Camille Lorrain, he was the father of Bill 101, the language law here in Quebec. I want to bring in our panel. Let's just maybe talk a little bit about Paul Saint-Pierre Plamondon. He's struggling in Camille Lorrain to win his seat tonight. But what an incredible campaign he had, Emily.
Yes, he's had a good campaign, and when I look at the share of the popular vote that we have so far, actually the Parti québécois is doing very well, well, not compared to their historical benchmark, but compared to the other parties tonight that are not forming government. It's just that the Parti québécois vote seems to be very spread out, so right now it's not actually transferring to a lot of seats. The only 2 seats where they are ahead are the Magdalen Island and Matapédia, and that's it. So I'm still not totally sure that we might not see a reverse of tides in Camille Lorrain, given the absence of the Québec Solidaire candidate. The question is if the Québec Solidaire supporters in Camille Lorrain decided to stay home, or if they decided to vote for a second choice. So we'll see as well with the participation rate in that specific riding, what's the story there as well.
All right, and just to bring viewers up to date, if perhaps they don't know that story, what happened with the QS candidate is that she was seen on video changing out her QS pamphlet at somebody's door mailbox and putting her own in and pulling it out. So she was pushed to drop out of the race. QS dropped that candidate. So many people thought that that would give Paul Saint-Pierre Plamondon a boost. And as you say, perhaps it's not over until it's actually over, is it? The other story of the night, too, is Quebec Solidaire. They're not doing what they had hoped to do. They hoped at least to be the leader of the opposition. That's not looking, well, it's obviously not going to happen for them tonight.
Yeah, and now at 11, Sherbrooke keeps flip-flopping from the CAQ. It's still to Quebec Solidaire. It's still a very, very tight race. They have made a couple of gains over the Liberals on the island of Montreal, but they've also lost Rouyn-Noranda. So it's, in a way, I think, a bit of a sour evening for Quebec Solidaire in that they're not able to get into that 14, 16 seats, 18 seats. This is what they dreamed of in the first couple of weeks of the campaign, and it's not yet just happening. And as well, Rosemont is still a very, very tight race. They're holding on right now, but we'll need to hang tight. We might know by the morning.
I just want to let people know that what we're seeing right now is Manon Massé, who is the co-spokesperson, along with Gabriel Nadeau-Dubois, who is speaking now. We'll keep you up to date as the leaders get ready to start their speeches for tonight. We're going to bring Suda in because we were just talking about Quebec Solidaire, and our big question now is, can they have official party status? They're at 11. So what are we looking at in terms of Quebec Solidaire?
Quebec Solidaire, it's still kind of ongoing, but you know what? How they wanted to break into the regions, like take a look at Rouyn-Noranda, that was orange. I know there was a lot of issues. The candidate there talked about the copper smelter, but not looking very good there in the regions. But then, you know what? They are starting to make some gains, that building that orange wall. They're more or less being a party of the region. So take a look at that. Take a look at Verdun. So yeah, like they are kind of building. We want to take an overall look at and then we can take a look at Sherbrooke. You know, back and forth, that orange spot. You know how they wanted to really launch their campaign at the beginning in Saint-François because they really wanted to bust into the regions. They were at a vineyard. Not looking like they'll be celebrating in the regions tonight. We do want to take a look at the overall board in terms of how they are doing. Take a look at this, 13.1% overall when it comes to the vote share. They are slightly ahead of the Liberals. And the Liberals are winning, you know, are leading and projected elected at 19 seats. I mean, obviously with the efficiency of where the Liberals are, but just take a look at that. I mean, 13.1%, they're down, but they're slightly ahead in terms of the vote share.
Okay, and you just answered my question about official party status at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, at 11 seats and just 13%, they're not in that territory. It takes 12 seats or 20% of the vote. So look, you know, we don't know yet.
We don't know, but it's just very interesting to see how they are doing percentage-wise against the Liberals. You know, it's just very interesting. Again, still very early, but I mean, very interesting to be seeing tonight.
Thank you, Suda. Want to bring you up to date on that seat to come that is still on your screen. Well, that is a Vachon riding, so we're just still waiting on results for that. We were just talking about Quebec Solidaire, so I want to bring Matt Damour back in. He's at party headquarters. Matt.
Hi, Deborah. So we're joined right now by a former co-spokesperson of Quebec Solidaire, Amir Kadir. Thank you for joining us. I just want to ask you right now, CBC is projecting that the Liberals will form the next official opposition at the National Assembly. I would just like to get your reaction on that because there was a lot of talk at the end of maybe trying to take that away from the Liberals, and it seems that's not going to be the case.
Well, politics is an unpredictable matter. Quebec Solidaire is a young party. A lot of our English-speaking citizens did not have the opportunity appropriately to know Quebec Solidaire. I hope that whatever the number of seats at the end, that Quebec Solidaire will show our combativeness in opposing unjust policies of the CAQ government on climate, on immigration issues, identity issues, on social justice issues. And on these matters, I'm sure Quebec Solidaire will be the real combative opposition that Quebec people need to oppose the policies of CAQ government.
What do you make of the campaign that was waged by Gabriel Nadeau-Dubois and Manon Massé and the whole team? They spent a lot of time in the regions trying to grow the base there, and the blitz for Montreal sort of came towards the end. Do you think that that was the right strategy for Quebec Solidaire?
Well, we need to do these battles everywhere. The reality is that for a party like Quebec Solidaire, it will take more time proving ourselves in front of the Quebec population. And the team that we will have, as we had before, has to represent all sectors of the of Quebec. So in that regard, we have to be in the regions and also in urban areas.
And lastly, I'd like to ask you about the comments that were controversial by François Legault and Jean Boulet on immigration. Following the campaign in Montreal, I saw multiple times people come up to Nadeau-Dubois and say that they were hurt by this, that they were outraged by it. But we're looking at the results tonight, and there are questions about just how much of an impact these comments made on the race. What do you make of that?
they sure have had a lot of impact on the perception of people toward the CAQ government. Now, because of the electoral mode, which is unfair, we have a uninominal mode of electing that disadvantages parties like myself.
And, well, thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it. So, Deborah, there's still some celebrating happening here at Quebec Solidaire headquarters, but this is definitely not the night that Nadeau-Dubois was expecting or talking about. Not going to be forming the next official opposition, and there was talk about growing the party. Yet to see how exactly that's going to shake out tonight.
And Matt, I could just see that Manon Massé is just wrapping up her speech behind you. Do you know if Gabriel Nadeau-Dubois will be coming out soon?
We've asked the question. We're being told that is to be determined on when he's going to be coming to speak to people. But I think that there's a room full of people who are very eager to hear what he has to say about these results.
All right. Thanks so much. Matt Damour with Quebec Solidaire. I want to bring Doug back in again because we're still waiting on results tonight. We still have one seat left to come, and that is Vachon. Doug, what are you looking at right now?
Well, we're looking at the PQ and how they're doing this evening. And right now you see on the board down there below you that they only have 2 seats right now, leading or elected, and we'll show you those ones first because we like to start with the good news. And Joel Arsenault is in the lead for the PQ on les Îles de la Madeleine. 299 votes right now ahead of Jonathan Lapierre. We knew this one was going to be close. 40 out of 53 polls reporting. Still more counting to go there. But in the Îles de la Madeleine, that is a pretty big lead. This one, our decision desk has made the decision, and it is Pascal Berube going back to the National Assembly and Matan Matapédia, as he is a very strong lead over the second place runner here in the CAQ. Now, the PQ are running second in actually 47 different ridings. There's no prize for second place and first past the post, unfortunately, for them. And one of the places where they were hoping to hold that seat was here in Joliette. And it looks like Véronique Venn is not going to be able to do that. Well, at least where we are right now. We haven't made the call on this one just yet. 27 out of 221 polls reporting, and it's a 944 vote lead for François Saint-Louis. This is Véronique Yvon's riding, who was a PQ minister going back to the government with Pauline Marois. In Rimouski, this was a riding that has never been lost by the PQ, but right now they are down 479 votes as Blanchette Vézina is in the lead there for the CAQ. And continuing on to Duplessis, another one where they have held since 1976. Last time won this riding by only 127 votes. This time it is an open riding, the incumbent not in the mix, and it is Champagne Jourdain who is in the lead right now by 822 votes for the CAQ. Another second place PQ candidate here, and a riding that has traditionally been a stronghold for them. But right now, our decision desk is giving this one to the CAQ with a strong, almost 2,700 vote lead right now. And in the Gaspé, another spot that has been a PQ riding since 2012, and Megan Perry-Melançon won a very tight race 4 years ago in 2018. Well, tonight she is trailing from behind with 67 of 134 polls reporting. And then finally, we have Bonaventure, where Catherine Blouin is in the lead here. Alexis Deschênes is another open riding here for the PQ candidate, not running again, in second place as they try to claw back into one of the places where they have traditionally held this seat. But right now, trailing by 493 votes in Bonaventure.
All right, thank you so much, Doug. And one of those seats that Doug mentioned, the PQ seat for Pascal Berube, who is projected to have been elected in Matan Matapédia. Well, that was one seat that everyone knew would be won tonight. Pascal Berube, very popular within the Parti Québécois. I want to go back out to the PQ headquarters and Sharon Yonan-Reynolds, who's in Boucherville tonight. It's quiet there, Sharon.
Yeah, it's quiet, and we can talk about it. I'm here with Andréane Bouvet-Turcot. She was the PQ candidate running in Taillon. You lost your riding tonight to the CAQ. How are you feeling about that?
Well, first of all, I'd for sure like to congratulate Lionel Carman, who was re-elected in Taillon. We were definitely hoping for better results, but I've been on the phone with my volunteers all day long trying to talk to voters, and everything was so positive. We got such good feedback on the field that we're very happy about the positive campaign that we had, and we're looking forward to 2026 already.
And I want to see how you're feeling about how the rest of the night is shaping up for the Parti Québécois. We're seeing them lose momentum in the eastern ridings. They're projected to lose René Lévesque, and then they're really tailing in Gaspé-Duplessis and in Joliette even, where, it seems that a lot of people were very hopeful about Véronique Venn winning there. How are you feeling about how the night is shaping up for your party?
Well, we're definitely very happy for Pascal Bérubé and his re-election. Obviously, I would be lying if I weren't. We're saying that we're very excited about the results we're seeing right now, but we're hopeful for the future. I think we would have benefited from like 1 extra or 2 extra weeks in this campaign.
Yeah, we were hearing a lot of that about how the Parti Québécois would have benefited from maybe having a little more time.
Exactly, and this is the feedback we've been getting. This is the feedback we were still getting today from people who appreciated our leader, Paul Saint-Pierre Plamondon, who we're happy about the campaign. We've had positive and constructive campaigns, so we're really hopeful for the future and looking forward to the next elections.
And I want to talk about that a little bit more, about the campaign, because yes, I was hearing that as well. People are approving and liking what they were seeing in terms of Paul Saint-Pierre Plamondon's campaign, the one that he ran in this last month. Why do you think that is? What was it about his campaign that people really connected with?
Well, the feedback that I've been getting and that most of my colleagues have been getting was about how he was treating people with respect, how he's always constructive, focusing on his propositions in a program, and not necessarily trying to make attacks, or really focus on positive and constructive elements of the PQ plan.
And, it might not be looking good for the party tonight. What do you think that means for the future of the Parti Québécois?
I think we cannot determine what the future will be based on one night. We've been spending over 30 days on the ground, on the field with all our voters, who were so happy to see that the PQ was very well alive with beautiful and constructive propositions. The average age for the candidates in the PQ for this election was 39 years old, so it's so hopeful. There's a whole bunch of youth that are pushing and rowing and coming back and trying to contribute to the party, so I think it's very hopeful for the future still.
All right, Mrs. Bouvette-Turcot, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much.
All right, Sharon, thank you so much. I want to bring Suda back in because you have some more information on vote share.
Yeah, information on vote share, but just take a look at this map, the CAQ powder blue masala. It's just everywhere, from the sovereignist regions, just everywhere. I mean, economic development was a huge issue in some of these other regions. But yeah, let's just take a look at how we got there when we're talking about vote share. The CAQ just really steamrolling through this at 43.8%. But take a look at this vote share. The Liberals at 13.0, tied with the Conservatives, but they are in, is that fourth place? Fourth place. And they are the official opposition. I mean, again, the efficiency of vote, where they got their vote, was in an area where there's concentrated a number of seats. But then again, fourth place, official opposition, a big conversation to be had about our electoral system.
Hey, and I just have the two perfect people to do that. Why don't we tackle that right now?
Segue.
Perfect segue. Thank you so much, Suda. You make our jobs easy. I appreciate that. So that is something to talk about. The PQ second in vote share. I mean, let's have a little discussion about electoral reform, Emily.
Yes, so that's something that the CAQ is perhaps even less likely to do after tonight than ever before, given the results that they have. Now, it's their popular share of the vote is decreasing over how the night unfolds. It used to be higher at the beginning of the evening, and it seems as the Montreal vote starting to come in, that number is slowly decreasing. However, yes, we're seeing that distortion very strongly of the first past the post system when we look at basically the Parti Québécois having more votes than the Liberals, and the Parti Québécois right now sending a 2 riding and the Liberals at 19 if things continue as is. Quebec solidaire being maybe in the middle of that, given that they tend to be more concentrated in urban areas, so their share of the vote is somewhat more translatable into seats, but there's really an issue there, and that issue has been named by a lot of people. That's that's why both actually the Québec solidaire, le Parti québécois, and the CAQ had signed an agreement to have an electoral reform, but we are yet to actually see this being passed.
Yeah, and Éric Duhem has been hammering this throughout the campaign as well. Christian, I mean, you alluded to it earlier that he said, you know, if we don't have our voices in the National Assembly, and look, it's been an issue through this campaign right across the country, not just within Québec solidaire. There is a portion of our population who is not being heard. He says if they can't do it in the National Assembly, they'll do it on the streets.
They'll find another way. And we said early on, that four-way race, that four-way tie for everybody else in the CAQ was a point away from a great evening, a point away from disaster. That's what we're seeing tonight. At 19 seats, the Liberals will be happy with the outcome. QS will say, well, at least we did as well as 2018 for now. But for the Parti québécois, and mostly for the Conservatives, this is a bit disastrous in terms of not being able to transpose that popular vote into seats. For the Parti québécois, you could explain it as they're basically popular where the CAQ is popular. And most of the support for the CAQ in those ridings came from the Parti québécois. For the Conservatives, these are people that have been sort of said, are they a bit disenfranchised? Maybe they were voters that tended not to vote in past elections because they basically felt, you know, out of place in our system. But tonight, if they don't win a single seat at over 10, 12, 13% of support, they'll be asking, is this system that we know for me? And that often leads to people that maybe led to more direct political action that might not be all that pleasant.
Emily, you want to get into that?
Yes. Well, the issue with the Parti québécois specifically is kind of the same that they have with the Conservative Party is that when they are popular in ridings where there's only two-way vote splitting. In Eastern Quebec, it's either the Parti québécois or the CAQ, and when the Parti québécois is rising, it's only eating into CAQ vote, and the other parties are quite weak. And it's the same thing in the Quebec City region. The other parties, the Liberals and the Quebec solidaire, are very, very weak when it's a race between the Conservative and the CAQ. So there's not a lot of vote splitting going on. If the CAQ was having a very big majority in those ridings, the CAQ cannot have win MNAs with just, I don't know, 30% share of the vote, 40%. You really have to almost have an absolute majorities in those ridings to be able to win MNAs over the CAQ. And so that's why those two parties are specifically disadvantaged by our electoral system. As in Montreal, you have somewhat three-way races going on, so it helps the Liberals and the Quebec solidaire to be able to actually win ridings and benefit from that vote splitting.
Interesting. I just want to bring some folks up to date on seats to come. You can see it's at 0 now. So all 125 ridings now have results, so that Vachon is now off the board as still to come. So we're going to bring you up to date on some more ridings coming up. I just want to read this statement from Prime Minister Justin Trudeau that has just come out. He says, he's written, on behalf of the Government of Canada, I would like to congratulate François Legault and the Coalition Avenir Québec on their re-election. I look forward to continuing to work with Premier Legault and the Government of Quebec to address issues of importance to Quebecers and Canadians. This includes fostering the growth of the green economy, fighting climate change, finding solutions to labor shortages, making life more affordable, helping create new affordable housing, investing in infrastructure, and building a clean and prosperous future. Together we will make Quebec, which we are so proud of, an even better place to live. Two things not on that list are immigration and healthcare transfers. We'll talk about that a little later on with our panel. Right now, I want to bring you up to date on a few more ridings with Doug. You've got CAQ ridings for us, Doug.
Well, I have ridings that were red at the beginning of the evening and have now changed color in the suburbs of Montreal, starting on the South Shore in Lapinière. This was Gaétan Barrette's riding that was won in the last vote. Since its creation in 1989, has gone Liberal red every single time. Well, right now it is what did Suda say? Masala Blue. A 330 vote lead right now for the CAQ in that South Shore riding over Linda Caron, who was the president of the Liberal Party, so a known name there. This vote, of course, still very close with 43 of 185 polls reporting in La Pinière. In La Porte, just next door, the Liberals again, this is one that they've held since 1981. Well, tonight, right now, they are down by 485 votes with 29 of 187 polls reporting as Isabelle Poulet is in the lead for the CAQ. Now let's move our way to the west side and Vaudreuil, where Yves Bellec has been elected. The decision desk has come to make a decision here as she leads by nearly 1,000 votes over Mary-Claude Nichols, who was actually seeking a third mandate, but she will not be going back to the National Assembly as that traditional Liberal riding since 1989 now going blue. And we talked about this one in the pregame show, Deborah, about Laval des Rapides is kind of a bellwether riding for the Liberals. Well, we've called it. Our decision desk has called it. And Polo is not going back to the National Assembly. That one also going to the CAQ. And one more, let's head out to Hull in the Outaouais, where Maryse Gaudreau is running, trying to get into the National Assembly for a fifth mandate. This one's still very close, only a 97 vote lead as we have 30 of 193 polls reporting, but an indication of where the CAQ is picking up some votes, maybe not on the, or picking up some seats, maybe not on the island of Montreal, but around the island of Montreal, very strong.
Certainly in Laval and in the Outaouais area. Thank you so much, Doug. I want to get more on this from Cathy Senet, who's in Quebec City at the CAQ headquarters, with Joël Boutin, who is also a candidate in... You'll remind me. Thank you very much. I wanted to say Jean Lesage, but it's Jean Talon. There we go.
Yes, and Jean Talon was a Liberal stronghold, but then Joël Boutin, you won the by-election in December 2019. It was the pandemic right after, and I remember you told me how hard it was for you to be a new MNA, and then there was a pandemic. So how do you feel about tonight? You've been re-elected. Is it the real victory you were looking for?
Yes, I feel it's amazing. I mean, it's a proof of trust, a proof of confidence from the citizens of Jean Talon, but it comes with high expectations as well.
What do you mean by high expectations? How do you feel the pressure right now?
I mean, Jean Talon is different. It's highly educated. People are politicized. They love to talk about politics, and they talk to me about different issues. So I think it's important to deliver and, like, for me to do the best I can in the next 4 years.
Yeah. Joël, you are 43 years old. You just turned...
Yesterday was my birthday.
Okay, well, happy birthday late. So 43, you have lots of experience, you have lots of energy, you are a team player, you have a master's degree in public administration and a concentration in the international relations. Now, there are 93 MNAs. 93. What are you going to do with this? You were 76 MNAs, now you are 93. How are you going to find your own space in this big team?
Well, from my point of view, I'll continue to be a team player as I've always been, and to be the voice of my citizens. I've never been afraid to stand up in my caucus in front of the Premier and, talk about the issues that are important in my riding, so I'll continue to do that. So, and after that, we'll see what's going on, but there are many issues in my riding, and I'm intended to keep fighting for my people.
But I saw you taking the lead in different events of the CAQ, for example, a forum on health. You were with Christelle Dubé. Are you having expectations to make the cut to the cabinet?
Oh my God, I have no voice in that. I can't choose that. It's a Premier's choice. I mean, I will respect that. I'm a team player. It's like a football team, and I'm a good player. We'll see.
What do you see for the second mandate of the CAQ? Because the expectations are high. There are many things your team wants to do. For you, the best and the most important priority, what it is?
I think that tonight we see that it's a proof of confidence, but also the population have high expectations if we have a lot of winners like that. But in my riding and in for the government, having a better access to the healthcare system is a priority number one. Investing in education, environment, transitioning to a greener economy is super important, and we'll work for that. People they've talked to us about that, so I think it's important.
But perhaps the tone will have to change among the CEQ because the CEQ's reputation is not to be strong to fight climate change.
Maybe we're not very good in marketing and expressing, like talking about what we've done and what we're going to do. But we've done quite a lot despite the pandemic, and we're going to do much more. I think we have a huge opportunity as well for the Quebec with the electrification of transport. I think we need to keep going in that direction. We need to work together with other political parties as well. It's super important.
You believe that?
Yes, I do.
It's gonna happen.
I hope so.
Well, thanks, and congratulations for your victory tonight, Deborah.
Thanks so much, Cathy.
Deborah.
Yeah.
My pleasure.
All right, so Joël Boutin projected to be going back to Quebec City. And speaking of Quebec City, let's bring Suda in once again to take a look at the region.
Well, we want to take a look at the region because, the number of seats they're getting, projected leading and elected is one thing, but the vote share is another. I mean, it's pretty much status quo in the Quebec City region, but let's just take a look at the vote share and you will get a sense of where things are. Look at all of that. The CAQ holding on to their seats down, Québec solidaire down, Conservatives up 17 points, and that PQ nostalgia that we were talking about? Well, up for the PQ, but the big story tonight are the Conservatives up 17 points. I mean, Éric Duhem, the corn roast up and down in the Beauce region, spending a lot of time in Chauveau and not translating into seats, but vote share, they're up.
All right, thank you, Suda. We've got some breaking news. I want to bring you up to date on Éric Duhem. You were just talking about Éric Duhem. CBC now projecting that Éric Duhem has lost his seat, that the Sylvain Levesque of the CAQ will be going to the National Assembly. At this point, Éric Duhem is having a very disappointing night. He has lost his seat. There was a doubt that he could pull it off, but he has to have been disappointed that he's not on the board. He doesn't have a seat. His vote share is not bad compared to the other parties, the opposition parties, but it's a very bad night, Christian, for the Conservative Party.
Yeah, they did not believe that Chauveau would be the first seat they would win. They were looking at Beauce Sud in particular. It is still tight in Beauce Sud, but it's not really moving. That slight lead that the CAQ has seems to be holding on. They were looking now at Lotbinière as having some potential. Again, they're a very good second place runner in there, same as Beauce Nord. So you've got all of these second place prizes, but they're not really giving you any representation in the National Assembly. So doing extremely well in terms of vote share. They are getting their vote out at 13% overall so far. Yeah. It's not as if their voters stayed home, but yet cannot deliver a single seat.
Yeah, I want to get back to the Quebec City area because Suda was talking about the vote share there and how the CAQ is pretty much status quo, but their vote share is actually down 2.7%. The big election issue, one of the most major issues of this entire campaign was what's known here in Quebec as the troisième lien, or the link, or le troisième lien, or the third link. That's what happens when you're translating constantly. But it's a big transit plan for the Quebec City area, and it's basically a tunnel that goes under the river from Quebec City to Lévis, and it is the pride of François Legault. He really wants this to happen, but there was a lot of dispute and debate about whether there have been studies done on the third link or not. So Emily, I mean, with their vote share down 2.7% and basically status quo there, what does it mean for the third link?
It means that there's nothing there in terms of the result to discourage the CAQ to change its attitude towards the third link. It also means something for the Quebec City Tramway, which is the other controversial issue in the city. And Éric Duhem was very much campaigning against the tramway, and even had this campaign going on, tramway no way, in certain writings. So that also has not pick up steam. This is something that's a project that's very much supported by the Quebec City Mayor. But concretely, or overall, what it means is that if the Conservative, if things go as they go steady and there's no Conservative MNA at the end of the evening, it means that it's going to be very difficult for Éric Duhem to have any foothold into the National Assembly with the Trojan horse of an MNA, the trench rouge that he has last time. He had at least a way to access for example, the area to do press conferences. He's not going to have that anymore. And it looks like a story that's similar to what Maxime Bernier has lived actually at the federal level, where he had a good share of the vote in a lot of ridings in Alberta and Saskatchewan, but in ridings where the federal Conservative Party is so high that it didn't translate into any seats. And what we're saying is that Maxime Bernier right now only lives on Twitter, essentially. He lives on social media, and he doesn't have any way to access the House of Commons to be able to get his word into the narrative of the day. So we'll see if there's any more, if Éric Duhem is treated any different in any different way. But if he doesn't have any MNA, any entry into the National Assembly, he's going to be living on social media a little bit like Maxime Bernier is living on social media federally for the next 4 years.
The parties have been, or other parties have been saying that Éric Duhem does earn a place in the National, he should have a voice. Paul Saint-Pierre Plamondon, the leader of the PQ, has said he should have a seat in the National Assembly. We don't see that happening, though.
Well, that may not happen. However, if the opposition parties wanted to sort of to throw a wrench at the CAQ, you are, as an MLA, allowed to invite somebody in the National Assembly. Paul Saint-Pierre Plamondon could invite Éric Duhem and have a press conference inside the National Assembly if he chooses to do so. That may not happen, but it's always a possibility. In the Quebec City region, the unfortunate thing for the Conservatives is that when your worst issue that you're facing as an incumbent government is tunnel or bridge, it's nothing much. There was not anything else that the Conservatives could do to bring down Monsieur Legault in Quebec City. They had no other sort of handlebars on the Premier except attacking his credibility on that single issue. So it always went back to tunnel or bridge. You're in the driver's seat, no pun intended. But if you are the CAQ, when that's the main thing you are facing. The issues facing Monsieur Legault in Montreal are far greater and diverse than what he was facing in Quebec City.
You brought up the point that maybe the other opposition parties could consider bringing him in to speak, but there's also the idea of collaborating more with the opposition, and François Legault alluded to that late in the campaign, that he is willing to work with the opposition, or at least collaborate with the opposition. Do you see that actually happening, or was that just part of the campaign?
So this is something that François Legault is used to say. He was saying that a lot during the pandemic, that he was collaborating with the opposition. In terms of his actions, he was obviously running the show and taking all of this space, but he was saying that he was collaborating with the opposition. So I don't know if what it means concretely in terms of action. For François Legault to say is going to be collaborating. I'm looking forward to see, okay, so on which topic, on which file are you going to be collaborating, on which issue in what matter? If it's completely abstract, then I actually don't know what he means, because he's been saying that before and we haven't felt it.
Yeah, is it clear to you, Costa?
Well, even collaboration between the opposition parties, Liberals and Québec Solidaire, on some key issues, sovereignty, for example, they cannot see eye to eye. QS and the PQ tried some form of merger sometime in the past, and it became ugly at the end. And on the issues of immigration, for example, and diversity in the French language, again, QS and the PQ are not really in the same headspace. So it's hard to imagine how the three opposition parties that we have now could actually come closer and form sort of something of a collective strategy against the CAQ government. I don't see it in the short term.
All right, I want to go back out to the Conservative headquarters, and Jennifer Yoon is there. Jennifer, what's it like there now?
the mood is somber, Deborah. You know, and we're more than halfway with the polling results in Chauveau, and it's not even close. It's 16% difference between Eric Duhem and the CAQ candidate, now representative. We're projecting Sylvain Levesque. You know, Eric Duhem went door knocking last week in Chauveau, and he ran into a lot of supporters, but he also ran into one woman who said that she supported the CAQ. She mentioned that Levesque is really present in the riding, and that's why she kept on wanting to vote for the CAQ, wanting them around. Now, what we were expecting to hear, because the Conservative Party is drawing about 13% popular vote right now, is electoral distortion. That's a message that he's been sending all last week. He's been saying that if he gets that much of the popular vote, he should have some kind of representation. As you said earlier, that's something that the leader of the Parti Québécois has been saying as well. We'll still see what's going on in Beauce-Nord, Beauce-Sud, also La Pelletrie. Stéphane Lachance is also very tight there, it seems. That's the Conservative candidate for that riding, but right now it feels like the mood is turning, unfortunately, somber here.
All right, thank you so much, Jennifer Yoon. Speaking of tight races, let's bring in Doug once again. You're taking a look at some tight races in Montreal.
Yeah, let's look at some tight races on the island of Montreal, starting with Verdun here. And you can see right now that the QS candidate, Zaga Mendez, is in the lead by 552 votes over Isabelle Mélenchon, who is the incumbent here. This has been a Liberal riding since it was created in 1966, so it would be quite a flip if she was able to hold on to that one. We have Haroun Bouazi in Maurice Richard, who has a lead now, and that lead looking like it is expanding since we checked in on this last time. He has an 899 vote lead now with 77 of 165 polls reporting there. Anjou-Louis-Riel is very close. This is a Liberal stronghold since 1998, but Lise Thériault had this seat for the last 20 years. Chantal Gagnon dropping in this open seat, trying to hold on to that for the Liberals. Only 84 votes up right now with 49 of 133 polls reporting there. The CAQ candidate in second place. And Franz Benjamin maintaining his lead as we continue to count the votes in Viau. Now he's at 642 over the candidate from the QS in Viau. Franz Benjamin and the Liberals have held this one since 1981 as well. So another Liberal stronghold where they are trending in the right direction. Looking at the leadership race, or the leader of the Liberals in Saint-Henri, Sainte-Anne, she's starting to pull ahead. Here is Dominique Anglade with more than 1,000 vote lead over the challenger from the QS in second place. Again, more votes to come here as we only have 85 of 197 polls reporting, so not ready to call that one just yet. And then if we look at Camille Lorrain, very close race here, still only 13 polls reporting here, but Paul Saint-Pierre Plamondon coming from, trailing right now by 291 votes to Richard Campeau as we look at the island of Montreal, and there's still many more votes to be counted there and these races to be resolved. Deborah.
All right, thank you very much, Doug. We're going to take you back out to Simon, back out to Liberal headquarters, and CBC, of course, projecting that that they will form the official opposition, and it's quiet there, though, isn't it, Simon?
Well, and it's not so much that it's quiet, it's just that there aren't so many people here right now, the heavy hitters, names of, the people that have been elected. And right now what you're hearing a lot is that, the MC is coming on and he is naming anytime a candidate gets elected, he is making a point of it, which is something that, when you're looking at 20 or 21 MNAs, everyone counts. So they're trying to sort of take the good news where they can get it. And of course, the good news that they're really hoping for, and the good news that so far seems to be materializing, is that Dominique Anglade is in the lead in her own riding here. Now, I spoke to a lot of people in the room about the future of the party. I haven't heard anybody yet who said they don't think Dominique Anglade is at the head of that future party. A lot of people I spoke to say that she didn't have the chance to get out there when it came to the pandemic because she, the way that the situation was at the National Assembly. They think that with time, people are going to get to know Dominique Anglade and they're going to get to like her. And, I saw that on the campaign trail for sure. Dominique Anglade is very good one-to-one. At the beginning of the campaign, which was not a very good campaign at all, we were just going to places where there weren't a lot of people. And you could see that was sort of weighing on her. I remember one time we one particular night we went to an event in Montmagny, just near Quebec City, and it was quite an empty room, very low energy event. Later that night, we got back to the hotel, and that was supposed to be the last scheduled night event of the night. And then we found out that Madame Anglade wanted to take a walk through Quebec City in the evening just to meet people, just to talk to people, just to sort of get her energy level up again, because of, you know, what the impression that I had was that the event previous was not in her wheelhouse in that way. So I think people here are thinking that with time, Dominique Anglade will get to know more people and they'll get to know her, and that she'll begin to hit her stride. Now, she does have a fairly solid caucus. She's going to have a fairly solid caucus at the National Assembly. She's going to have some young talent. She's going to have some new talent. Some of the names that are being mentioned here, like Fred Beauchemin, you know, who's a former banker. He could be a potential finance critic. You know, there's definitely some talent to work with. But you also see just in the map that the real fact that the Liberals are really becoming a Montreal area party. And some of the places we went in the last couple of days of the campaign, out to the Ile de la Madeleine, out to Gaspé, you know, the Liberals did very well there last election. And if you look at what they have now, I mean, we're talking about under 10%. So there's going to have to be some work done to rebuild the party in the regions for sure, so that it does not only become a Montreal-centered party. But as I mentioned, almost everyone that I speak to here, I haven't heard people saying that Dominique Anglade is not part of the future of the party as leader.
All right, Simon Akonechny, thank you very much. I want to bring the panel in for a minute just because we were talking about the island of Montreal, and during this campaign, some Anglophones felt that the Liberal Party didn't represent them, that they betrayed them on Bill 96, the French language reform that was brought in last year. And there were two protest parties, Anglo protest parties that developed out of that. One of them, the Bloc Montréal, and the other one is the Canadian Party of Quebec. We're not really seeing any kind of inroads here in this election, but did they have a role in this campaign, Christian?
We never really saw them in the polls leading up to the election. They were in the low single digits. They were not seeing as they were having impact. However, when you sort of look at the numbers and go through those 19 ridings where the Liberals are leading right now or elected, you see that the percentage of the vote going to the Liberals is getting smaller and smaller. We already saw it in 2018. Very low turnout in traditional Liberal seats last time around, as if they said, well, we're not satisfied with the Liberals, so we'll stay home. Some of that is happening again tonight, or they're finding other ways. Some votes going to the Conservatives, some to the CAQ. I mean, even those West Island ridings are becoming more diverse than they've ever been, so that you know, Liberals winning by 15,000, 20,000 majorities like we used to see, this is simply not happening anymore.
And I wonder also, Emily, if it has anything to do with the fact that this election wasn't about sovereignty. It wasn't about a yes or no vote. It was more about the right versus the left in this case.
It might have been a part of the equation, but I think it's also the result we're seeing now is also the result of basically lack of alternative. If people were disappointed with the Liberals because of the way they flip-flopped essentially on Bill 96, they would not necessarily have gone, for example, to Quebec Solidaire if they fall on the more progressive side of the spectrum, because Quebec Solidaire ended up voting for the bill, even though they criticized the most controversial aspect of it. So basically, if you're disappointed with what the Liberals did with the bill, you're not necessarily going to go with Quebec Solidaire on this one. And the Conservatives maybe increased actually their vote as well in the West Island, but you didn't see in the smaller parties that emerge out of this discontent with the Liberals a kind of a star candidate that could have done for a West Island-based party what the Éric Duhem did for the Conservative Party.
Actually, I'm just going to stop you there. Speaking of Éric Duhem, we're seeing that he is making his way into the room. Wow, listen to the crowd. If we were quiet this evening, they aren't quiet now. They're yelling his name. He's slowly making his way through the crowd, but it may take a little bit because that crowd is significant. And let's face it, during this campaign, it was Eric Duhem who drew the crowds. He was the one who was at the Videotron Center in the Quebec City area, and he had some 2,000 supporters at a rally in Quebec City area. So he's just making his way up to the podium. We're going to listen to Eric Duhem as soon as he gets there. But it's, as Christian was pointing out, this is significant because he doesn't have a seat in the National Assembly. He doesn't have enough to have a voice in the National Assembly. He has his voice right now. Let's listen in.
On est de tous les partis et de loin celui qui connaît la plus forte croissance, quelque chose qu'on a vu au Québec dans l'histoire politique récente. On a les trois autres partis d'opposition ont décliné. On est le seul
dropped in numbers. We're the only party who grew tonight. And for this, I want to thank each one of the Conservatives who put their X in the right place. You know, as I speak to you, we have exactly the same number of votes as the Liberal Party of Quebec, but we're missing very MNAs, one compared to the other. We've got 20 fewer representatives. And in a certain way, we are stuck with the democratic distortion of the century, as the Devoir said last week. And we will have to talk about this a little bit later on. But it's obvious that we can't look at this, we can't be too pessimistic this evening. I remember that when Quebec Solidaire started its first election, they did less than 4%, and everybody was self-congratulating. When Action Démocratique started with Mario Dumont, I remember that it was 6.5% of the vote. And today, as we speak, it's what, 13%? And by the end of the evening, it's going to continue to grow. So I'm very confident and I'm very pleased with you. It was David against Goliath. You know, as I do, that we didn't have a fraction of the resources our adversaries did. When I announced my intention to run for the party less than 2 years ago, it was a party that had 500 members. It was at 1% in the voting intentions. Look, we can look at what remains to be done before we can attain the power, before we can get power, but we can look at all the work that we've done together over the past 2 years. The first step, or I should say, well, come, there are some candidates who are coming in. Come behind me. You've all fought very hard. You know, politics is like our national sport. It's like hockey. There are 3 periods. The first period for us ends tonight. The first period was to make sure that we became a big party, to be part of the big players, and we did this in an extraordinary manner. The first period went even better personally than I thought was going to happen. I did not think that we were going to participate in the leaders' debate, that we were going to be in all the big interviews, that we were going to be invited to all the big events. We truly were everywhere. And tonight, we're almost finishing all 4 parties of the opposition equal. But what I'm most proud of, and I think our biggest accomplishment over the past few weeks, has been that we have allowed to debate ideas that were at the center of the electoral campaign. If the Conservative Party had not been there, you can be sure that we would not have talked about the contribution and the addition of the private sector in health. The Conservative Party, if we hadn't been there, you can be sure that we would not have talked about freedom of choice for parents in education and daycare for their children. It's because of if the Conservative Party wasn't there, we wouldn't have talked about the JNL project in the Saguenay. If we had not been there, we wouldn't have talked about the responsible exploitation of our hydrofuels on the Quebec territory, or we would not have talked about the Troisième Lien or the useless tramway in Quebec. And I think that there are many things that we have seen, that we have managed to put at the heart of the political commitments in Quebec. And it's thanks to the presence of the Conservative Party in all debates. And I thank you from the bottom of my heart. You made the debate of ideas advance in Quebec. Congratulations. And I want to thank you, conservative activists, because you were the most motivated, you had the biggest smiles and most dynamic throughout the electoral campaign. You had 4 gatherings of more than 1,000 people. Nobody came close to us. You allowed 30 gatherings. We gathered in total more than 12,000 people during this campaign. Yes, give yourself a hand, because you're truly extraordinary. I am proud of your motivation, your smiles, your handshakes give me energy, and I still have that energy tonight. It makes me optimistic, and I'm in a good mood. Thanks to you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. And I want to also talk to you about the second period, because there will be a second period, of course. And that second period will start tomorrow morning. By the next electoral campaign, we've got significant foundations. We started second in many regions and many ridings tonight. We have organizations in all ridings now. We will have some public funding at the same height as the other opposition parties, which we didn't have up until now. And so we have brought hope for the past few months in the hearts and the minds of many Quebecers. And now is a time to start to consolidate all of this. We will have more time to get better organized. And of course, we had a short period of time. We were a party that didn't have any resources. We will have more time, more people, more resources. And I'm confident that the second period, we will fight on an equal footing. We will, don't forget, it's David against Goliath here. We will allow David to train for 4 years while making sure that we make Goliath more fragile. Of course, the third period, you all know what it is. It's going to be the next electoral campaign. I told you since the beginning, I've said this since the 22nd of November 2020 when I announced my intention to be the leader of the Conservative Party. I will be there for the next campaign. That is clear. We will knock on more doors. We will bring even more hope. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you. Listen, I love you. I adore you. You don't know how much. I had so much fun meeting you over the past 2 years. You were the most beautiful human experience of my life, and I will be forever grateful. We started with nothing, and we did what nobody's done in recent political history in Quebec, and it's thanks to each and every one of you. And I will need you even more over the next 4 years so that we can consolidate and grow this movement. I want to end, of course, by congratulating our opponents because Quebecers decided, or they chose to continue. We chose to continue to keep an eye on them. And so that's the path we're going down. I want to congratulate Sylvain Lévesque, François Legault, and all the 123 MNAs who were elected this evening. I think it's important to do so, but I'm telling them, get ready, because in 4 years, things are going to be tougher. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
And there you have it. Eric Duhem. Telling his supporters not to be pessimistic tonight, that this was not a bad night, that the party did manage to make some gains, that they had more growth than any of the other parties, that they had the same number of votes as the Liberal Party. He said this is a matter of electoral distortion. He likened it to a hockey match, which is what you do here in Quebec. And he said the first period was tonight, and with that first period, the party became a major party. With the second period, it's going to the National Assembly. It's having the money for research to do studies. And then he said the third party, well, that will be the next election campaign. So he definitely said that that this is not a loss for the Conservative Party.
Well, in a way, he's right. From 1% in the last election in 2018 to what he's doing tonight at 13 or so percent is actually something that we don't see very often in Quebec politics. And mind you, even though he won't be in the National Assembly, for those who might not know him in the rest of the country, extremely popular talk radio host during a number of years. He's got a lot of media savvy. He found a way over the last couple of years to be present in the political landscape, which some of his opponents could not, who are actually sitting in the National Assembly. So he will find a way to make his presence known. And of course now, better funded party, better structured organization in ridings where they were not even existent last time around. So he does have something positive to look forward to, and certainly an accomplishment over the past year.
And certainly no question about him stepping down. He's staying and he's building.
Absolutely. Now, Christian did the glass half full part of thing. I'm going to maybe do the glass half empty.
There you go.
I do want to reiterate that, of course, he's optimistic, he's hopeful, but it is going to be hard for him to organize without a foothold at the National Assembly. Now, since we've had the electoral fundraising funding reform that we have, it's true that there's quite a lot of money who goes just through the percentage of popular vote that people get. So because of that, he's going to be able to have more money. He was able to also get a lot of media presence in the Quebec City region radio, especially Radio X, where he used to be a host because of, I guess, his friendship with a lot of the hosts. I expect him to be able to continue to be a frequent guest on those shows. However, as long as he's also going to be the leader of a political party, it's not like he can be invited in all the talk shows in some other capacity than him being the leader of the Conservative Party. So we'll be up as well to the rest of the media ecosystem to decide whether or not they give him a space in the next years, given that he doesn't have any seats in the National Assembly while having quite a big share of the popular vote. So it's going to be up to all the media networks to actually decide in a way what place they give him or not, to kind of react as well to what's going on in Quebec politics. So because it's a first in Quebec history in a way that you have a party with no representation, with such a big share of the popular vote, it's quite, there's no recipe here. It's going to be quite a big question mark in terms of how it's going to unfold in terms of his media presence, his ability to stay in the story, and especially grow maybe outside of the Quebec City era. If he doesn't have any seats there, he might still remain a local actor, but I don't know how much of Éric Duhaime we'll see outside of the Quebec City area.
Plus, I think he will be heavily courted by Pierre Poilievre to become the new lieutenant for the federal Conservatives. I would watch out for that over the next couple of years. It would certainly be a good move on behalf of the federal Conservatives.
I'd like to just talk about Éric Duhaime. You talk about he needs to expand into other areas, and in the Montreal area, he was courting Anglophone voters. I'm not quite sure how that parlayed into any kinds of votes for him at all tonight. But do you see an Éric Duhaime who could potentially make inroads with Anglos? Oh, I'm going to have to hold you on that because I hear that Jennifer has Éric Duhaime now. Let's go to Jennifer.
Hi, Deborah. I have Mr. Éric Duhaime here with me right now. He's going to tell us how he's feeling, what's in his head, as tonight he has no seat so far and he doesn't have a seat in his own riding.
Well, the results are not that bad. When you look at the results tonight, what we see is that there's 4 opposition parties that are almost even. You have to know that there's only one opposition party tonight that is going up, and it's the Conservative Party of Quebec. We multiplied almost by 10 our support over the last few weeks, and for us that's a huge achievement. We started from scratch. Today we're at 13%. We have almost the same, at the moment we're talking, we have the same amount of votes as the Liberals. They have close to 20 seats and we have 0. So that's only a distortion, a democratic distortion of our system. But however, we have the support on the base. In many regions we're second, and we're very happy with that. I see politics in Quebec right now as a hockey game with 3 periods. The first period was, to build the party, build the infrastructure, make sure we get the public funding from now on, and make sure also we have grassroots organization in every single constituency. And from tomorrow until the next election, then we're gonna have to build on that momentum. And in the next election, the third period will be very competitive. So that's our purpose over the next few weeks, next few years even. And as I said, when I decided to run as leader of the party, I intend to stay leader for 10 years. So I'm only a year and a half into the job, so I'm there to stay for the long run. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Eric Duhem there, leader of the Conservative Party of Quebec. He says he's going to stay on for the next election as well. Deborah?
All right, thank you so much, Jennifer. I want to follow up on the point that you were making about Anglophones in the Montreal area. Is there a place for Eric Duhem within Anglophones? And I think you've got the answer for us.
Well, they're actually in second place in 3 ridings right now that the Liberals are holding. Second place in Darcy McGee, second place in Jacques Cartier, second place in Robert Baldwin, and they're in third place in pretty much any other ridings that the Liberals currently have. So there was something of a PCQ movement in the West Island of Montreal.
Can they build on that, do you think? I mean, given that he has said that no, as long as he's a leader of the Conservative Party here in Quebec, that there's no question there would ever be a referendum. He can't say what's potentially happening in the future, but right now he's saying it's a possibility. It's not a possibility.
Well, if the share of the vote for the Liberals keeps slipping in those ridings, at some point somebody's going to pick up that or fill that void. And right now, if you look at the other political parties, QS is a sovereignist party, the PQ is a sovereignist party, and the CAQ is now written off in those ridings for obvious reasons. The only other place available is the Conservatives.
Right, okay. We've got some breaking news for the Saint-Henri-Sainte-Anne riding. Of course, that's the riding of Dominique Anglade, and CBC now projecting that Dominique Anglade has, in fact, won her seat. There you go. Everybody that was doubting, it's final. She's actually in the lead with 1,550 seats. There was a big question as to whether she would be able to maintain that seat. One of the funniest clips, I think, that I heard during this election campaign, Simon Nakonechny was out at the Atwater Market, and he stopped one man who he said to, I love Dominique Anglade. I would vote for Dominique Anglade. And he said, you would vote? Why won't you vote? He said, well, my mother, she would turn in her grave if she ever knew that I was voting for Dominique Anglade and the Liberals. They were Quebec Solidaire supporters. So there you go. In that case, though, they did end up getting a few votes for Dominique Anglade, and she now projected to be going back to the National Assembly. I want to bring in Suda once again to take a look at the Montérégie now, Suda.
Yeah, you know how I was talking about the CAQ masala, because it was really, bringing Liberals and Conservatives, Federals and Sovereigns, PQS, and Liberal, into the fold. Take a look at last vote. All of this CAQ territory, but they were flipping a lot of PQ ridings. Like, take a look at this. This was the riding of Bernard Landry. This was the riding of Pauline Marois. But the Liberal, this was Vaudreuil, the riding of Daniel Johnson. And then, Lapinière and Laporte, diverse communities, but a huge Francophone vote. Take a look at it now. For the most part, Lapinière is a little bit tight, still holding, but, most of it a sweep. It's really a change in the political landscape. Regions that were either Liberal or Parti Québécois, for the most part, CAQ.
All right, thank you very much, Suda. Let's go back out to Doug now. It's time to get a few more riding results. What can you tell us, Doug?
Yeah, let's drill down a little bit more in the ridings that Suda was talking about in Lapinière. This is a very close race, and we've been watching it very closely, but the Liberals, they were trailing in this one, but now with 97 of 185 polls reporting, Linda Caron starting to build a lead there of 590 votes. It's possible that they will hold on to that riding that they've had since its creation in 1989. Now, Marie-Victorine, this is an interesting one because we had a by-election there only about 6 months ago, and Doris Mont won that by-election, taking it off of the PQ, who brought in Pierre Nantel, parachuted him into that riding. He's the former federal NDP MP, And this result, now we have determined that it is an elect situation here, and Nantel will not be going to the National Assembly, and the CAQ holding on to that one that they won in the by-election. Chateauguay, the same story here. Big win here for Maribel Gendron. This was a riding, like Suda mentioned, that was Liberal for many years, was flipped to the CAQ in the last vote, now staying with the CAQ tonight. And if we look at another riding where the situation is similar to that one, Soulanges was Liberal for many years and then flipped to the CAQ in the last vote, and the CAQ holding on to their gains there. In Picard is going back to the National Assembly as well. And then Suda was also mentioning Vaudreuil, and Vaudreuil is a riding that was always in Liberal hands since 1989. Nichols, the MP there, but right now, at least, trailing in that one to the CAQ candidate.
All right, thank you. Doug, I want to bring you up to date on the race in Camille Laurent. We can now tell you that CBC is projecting, or at least seeing that, not projecting, but seeing that Paul Saint-Pierre Plamondon is now in the lead. So not too long ago, we were telling you about Richard Campeau of the CAQ being in the lead. Well, that has now changed. Still very tight at 306 votes, but Paul Saint-Pierre Plamondon now in the lead in Camille Laurent riding. So this is getting quite interesting. Things are looking up for the leader of the Parti Québécois.
Share of vote is much better than people anticipated when the campaign started. If he himself can sort of stand up in the National Assembly and speak on behalf of his party, that is huge. Symbolically, that is huge in terms of his future as the leader of the PQ. It's a very narrow lead for now, but it's the first time that he's edging ahead in Camille Laurent. And as the night goes on, we're seeing that the share of vote for the CAQ is diminishing, which probably bodes well for the leader of the PQ over the next couple of hours, because it's still not determine who's going to win this.
I want to bring you up to date on another race, and this one is for Duplessis. We're now projecting that Kateri Champagne-Jourdain will be heading to the National Assembly, and she will be the first Indigenous woman at the National Assembly. So that is quite a momentous occasion.
Innu, I believe.
Yes, exactly.
Absolutely. Yeah, and the Duplessis riding is located in Côte-Nord, which is Innu traditional territory. So I believe there were actually two Innu candidates running against each other in this riding. So that's very much a historical first. There were also a lot of other Indigenous candidates across the map. Some of them in Angava, some of them a little bit spread out across Quebec. But this is one that I wanted to flag tonight because this is a historical first. There's been one Indigenous man before at the National Assembly who was elected with the Parti Québécois, but now it's the first that you have an Indigenous woman at the National Assembly in Quebec.
Quite something tonight to celebrate for her and for the country, really, as a whole. You know, when we are talking about Indigenous representation running in this election, the CAQ only had one candidate, and there you have it. She has won tonight. There were 9 total in this election, so quite an occasion for her tonight.
Absolutely.
All right, we are also going to take a look at some more results for you now, where the CAQ is sitting at 89, the Liberals at 22, Québec Solidaire at 11, and the Parti Québécois leading or elected in 3. So they've gone up, with Paul Saint-Pierre Plamondon moving ahead. Why don't we head out to Sharon Yonan-Reynolds, who is with the PQ. So with that good news for Paul Saint-Pierre Plamondon, I would imagine that a little more excitement in the room where you are right now.
That's right, the crowd erupting into cheers and applause as we're announcing now that Paul Saint-Pierre Plamondon is now taking the lead for the race in Camille Laurent. This is going to be an essential seat for him. It's his ticket to the National Assembly. Very important seat for the Parti Québécois. We are, though, in other ridings, seeing them lose ground, lose to the CAQ, specifically, you know, ridings that they've worked very hard to defend this entire election campaign. You know, I am feeling disappointment on that front, but there is, you know, hope in the room now, you know, knowing that there's 3 seats that they got. That's something. So, as you can see, There's cheers, there's enthusiasm, there's excitement in the room right now.
Well, we'll continue to follow that riding and see where Paul Saint-Pierre Plamondon ends up tonight. But as Sharon was just saying, he is ahead, and that's certainly good news for him. A change in the tide, and you could hear the crowd finally erupting and having something to cheer about.
Absolutely, and we'll see. I guess we'll not be hearing from him until he's elected. So we'll have to wait a little bit for, of course, for the Parti Québécois speech. And obviously, they're very excited. But at the same time, we do need to put it in perspective. Something has shifted in Quebec politics. If the Parti Québécois is excited about having 3 MNAs in the lead, so yes, the expectations were so low that they're happy about it. But if they do have 3 MNAs elected, that's still the lowest they've had in the history of the Parti Québécois. I mean, of course, they were expecting maybe only 1 at the beginning of the campaign. They're happy. But yeah, I feel like maybe I'm the downer tonight, the glass half empty person, but it needs to be said. 3 people for René Lévesque's party. It's not a gigantic victory.
But is this now a time to rebuild? Because you think of Paul Saint-Pierre Plamondon, and he is young. He's the kind of leader that they've been looking for a while, and it brings me back to think about someone like René Lévesque that people are identifying with. He's got something. He has charisma. He speaks authentically, clearly, with poise, and I just wonder what you think maybe the future of the party is. Or is it that this party that still has sovereignty as its foundation just can't go anywhere, just given the climate right now?
There's a lot of, well, looking at those who would support sovereignty right now, a lot of them are with the CAQ, in that they believe that if we can get as much as we can within Canada, then there's no need for sovereignty. And a lot of people were saying for a long time, this third voice, remember when we were sort of yes and no, federalist, sovereignist, people were talking about this third way of doing things. The ADQ was talking about that, is sort of nationalism without sovereignty. And all the polls were saying that's the most popular position to have in the province of Quebec. And a lot of people that tended to support sovereignty for a while were doing it almost a little bit like in terms of leverage. Well, if ever you don't do as I say, I can always leave. And a lot of Quebecers right now feel that that's not necessary. So that voice speaking on behalf of independence is shrinking. And demographically, a lot of that support is also aging. They were the first sort of 1976, 1995 voters in the referendum. And if you look at the younger age cohorts in Quebec right now, there is not that pool of support that they used to have 20, 30 years ago to build on. They can survive, but to build on, that's not so clear.
It makes me think of, during the campaign when Paul Saint-Pierre Plamondon went into Ottawa directly and took out the list of demands that François Legault had put forward at the beginning of his first mandate, and things that he had asked of Ottawa and how he had basically received nothing. So I do agree with Christian that most Quebecers seem to be at a point where we want to have, a strong autonomous Quebec, but have, sovereignty maybe as a threat to leverage. But at the same time, if the Parti Québécois is very weak, then it means that the threat is not necessarily there. Therefore, that approach doesn't necessarily work that well as well. So there might be actually people in the CAQ who might be happy to have a Parti Québécois being a little bit stronger in terms of their ability to have that, the fact that the sovereignty movement is not dead, and I'm using huge quotation mark, as a way to then be able to negotiate whatever it is that they want to negotiate with Ottawa, to play that good cop, backup strategy. If you don't have the backup anymore, then it's not working.
Right, and there's still the BQ behind me that that is willing to pick up the flag. Okay, great. Yeah. I want to go back out to Simon, who's at Liberal headquarters. Simon, what's going on there now?
Well, Deborah, as you can see maybe behind me, they're introducing some of the candidates that they have elected. They've got the candidate for Marguerite Bourgeois, Fred Beauchemin, Desiree McGraw in Notre-Dame-de-Grâce. They've got Michelle Sidlaqui, who's in Outremont, Mont-Royal. So again, Montreal area, Western Montreal area, this party is definitely going to have a heavy presence in that area, but it's not going to have a lot of presence outside of that area. I mean, there's still some ridings that we are waiting for, but if you look at the map, really this is going to be a party where, you know, a lot of the people are going to be coming from Montreal. They're going to be, you know, that's going to be a challenge for them as they're trying to build the party into the regions, because right now, you know, a lot of what we saw in the regions was that when we would go out there on the campaign bus was that we didn't have the kind of turnouts that we had, for example, on that first weekend rally here in Montreal where we had about 300 people. So the Liberal Party is going to have to, you know, they're going to have a strong base. These are good candidates. Most of these candidates have impressive resumes, but it is going to speak to whether the party can outreach to the regions and get the message that this is not just a Montreal-based party, because right now that's kind of what it's looking like.
Yeah, and Simon, it's interesting because you and I were talking off camera earlier this evening, and we were talking about Dominique Anglade's choice to actually fly out of the Montreal area in the final weekend of campaigning and head up to the Magdalen Islands. She actually went up to Ungava, up to Kuujjuaq, and was the only leader, I believe, to actually go to an Indigenous community that far up north. So, you know, she does seem to be aware that she needs to get outside of Montreal, and that maybe it started with this weekend.
Yeah, and I think that's a really interesting point, Deborah, because there were a lot of questions as to why she wasn't more in the Montreal area holding down her strongholds. But if you look at a lot of the vote in those strongholds, it isn't really that close. I mean, there are some ridings that were Liberal ridings, like Verdun, I believe, which I haven't seen the latest numbers, but I think that it's pretty close there, and it may fall. But if you look at the sort of bulk of those Montreal ridings, a lot of those numbers didn't really materialize against the Liberals as maybe people thought they were. So maybe there was the sense in the campaign that they had done what they had done in Montreal, and that, you know, by spending part of the next week, the last week in the regions, they were laying the foundations for the future more than necessarily for this campaign. So we'll have to see if, you know, Dominique Anglade does spend her time, you know, as leader of the opposition in the regions. But we're seeing right now, it looks like Madame Anglade is coming out. She's just actually coming out here to my left. She's with her family. And of course, the guards that are accompanying her at all times that we've become familiar with. I think she's speaking to our colleagues at Radio-Canada right now before she makes a speech here to the crowd. And, you know, I think people here are going to be very excited to see Dominique Anglade because, again, as I mentioned, people are really feeling like she represents something very good for the party moving forward, even if the result here tonight isn't really maybe what they were hoping for. So you can just see here to my, I don't know if you can see to my right yet.
We can, yeah. Mm-hmm.
There's definitely...
the camera just broke away, but we could just see Dominique Anglade coming down. You can hear the cheers because obviously now people are starting to recognize that she's making her way down towards the podium. As you mentioned, security surrounding her and her family. She's making her way up towards, and I can't see now, but they're starting to cheer, they're starting to clap as the leader who will become, CBC projecting that she will become the leader of the opposition, and now getting onto the stage with her kids, her husband, and hugging her supporters, and some of the Christine Saint-Pierre there. There's her two girls. It wasn't the night that Dominique Anglade was necessarily looking for, but look at, she's won her seat. We're projecting that she's won her seat, and she will be the official voice in the opposition, and there is something to celebrate in that. She brings a lot of energy wherever she goes. I mean, I've interviewed her several times during this election campaign, and she's an energetic woman, and she's about to speak. So why don't we listen in?
Dear friends, what a pleasure to be with you this evening. Thank you. Thank you for being here. You'll allow me to start by thanking my family who's with me, without whom none of this would be possible, my 3 children, my spouse, my sister, my in-laws. Thank you to my family. You're extraordinary. I want to thank all the candidates that we had in all the regions of Quebec. I want to thank those who are with us on this stage. Thank you for the wonderful campaign that you ran. Thank you. I want to thank my team, an army of volunteers, and I want to thank Saint-Henri Sainte-Anne, who is trusting me for the 3rd mandate. The message this evening is quite clear. Quebecers are asking the Liberal Party of Quebec, they're asking us to be the official opposition in Quebec. Throughout the campaign, throughout the entire campaign, we hammered down the message to gather Quebecers, to bring them together, to get together to make sure that each voice can be heard. And more than ever this evening, it is important to gather people. And I would like to address all Quebecers and tell you one thing. Whether you voted for us or whether you voted for another party, my door, our door, will always, always be open.
And let me be clear, we will represent all Quebecers from all strides.
You'll allow me to congratulate the other political parties, François Legault, who was just re-elected premier, also Gabriel Nadeau-Dubois, Paul Saint-Pierre Plamondon, and Éric Duhaime for the campaign that they've led. And now, it's up to you, dear supporters of the Liberal Party of Quebec. The work has begun, but it must continue. We must take everything that we've learned during the campaign to go through all the regions, to go speak to Quebecers, to make sure that each person can hear, so that we can make sure that we hear everybody's voice. And I will need each and every one of you. Will you be there? So the work is just starting. We have momentum. We have other things to do within our party, but we have a remarkable tool. We have remarkable strength, and that's the strength of the Liberal team that is here on this stage and everywhere. So over the next few days, months, and years, you will see that I will deploy the same energy, the same conviction, the same ambitions that I have for all of us here in Quebec. And you will see that together we are able to accomplish extraordinary things for a Quebec that represents all Quebecers. Thank you very much, everybody.
And there you have it. Dominique Anglade with her family, with her supporters, with some of the members of her party who won seats tonight, thanking them, first of all, her family and her party colleagues. This was a tough start out for her, this campaign, but once she got her pace, we started to see the real Dominique, and that's what she wanted voters to see. She said that she wanted to unite Quebecers. That's what she was doing during the campaign, and no matter who you voted for, her door is open to all Quebecers. She spoke in English, saying that she will represent Quebecers from all sides, and she is she's a happy woman tonight, despite, you know, certainly the Liberals losing ground. She is going to be projected to be the leader of the opposition, and she won her seats, and that is not nothing.
Well, when this all started, there was that chance that she could lose her seat. And again, if we look at how they were able to deliver seats with fewer votes, this is the only real concern for the Liberal Party moving forward and for Dominique Anglade is with the popular vote that they have now means that their support among Francophone Quebecers is dismally low. So they need to find ways to speak to Francophone Quebecers and say, why would it matter for them to still vote Liberal and to come back to the Liberal voice? Because if she talks about inclusion, diversity on the island of Montreal, that will be popular with everybody on the island. But then as soon as we cross bridges over to the South Shore and the North Shore, what do we say as Liberals to get Francophones back on board?
And what do you say when many Quebecers have voted for the national identity politics of the CAQ?
Well, the answer used to be the economy. That's what Jean Charest campaigned on between 2003 and 2012. That was also very much a strong team for Philippe Couillard. What happened is that with the CAQ, they have basically taken over the ownership of the team of the economy, and you know, they've been, Dominique Anglade has tried to put forward that theme as well and say that they are the party of the economy. They've always been, that's part of their DNA, etc., etc. She's tried to put that message forward during the campaign. But with François Legault very much occupying that territory, it's been hard. So it's not so much that the Liberals used to talk about identity politics in a way that made them win. I think in Francophone Vote, it's just that they used to talk about the economy and other topic, I think, outside of Montreal area, that regardless of where people fell on issues like language and immigrations, there were other reasons why they felt, for example, when the Liberal Party was opposing a more progressive Parti Québécois, when the Liberal Party was occupying the center-right aspect of the spectrum, it's people who were feeling, you know, recognize themselves on the center-right in terms of the economic spectrum that voted Liberal, regardless where they fell on the identity politics.
I remember talking to Dominique Anglade early in the campaign, and that was part of the problem for the party, was that they didn't really know who they were. You know, they were trying to play all sides, and it hasn't played out well for them. So what does she need to do now when she goes back to Quebec City and she leads the opposition? What does she need to do in terms of bringing, you know, some Liberals back to the fold?
I think in the first 2 weeks of the campaign, the Liberals probably made 78 promises, and nobody could keep count on what they were promising to who. And in the last portion of the campaign, what helped them, what I think it is partly explains the result we have tonight, is that she took a stand, like a strong stand on principles. What's my vision? What do I stand for? And that's what people want to hear of their political leaders, not the here's $500 for you, $2,000 for you. People get confused. They don't even know who's making those promises at some point. So I think it's making a strong stand on principles that will allow her to move from tonight's partial victory in terms of having 23 seats to rebuild that party moving forward.
All right, I want to take you now. I believe we have, we're just waiting for François Legault. We're expecting that François Legault will be coming out soon to make his speech, but we're going to bring you a few more results because we still have ridings where we're waiting on results. So let's bring Doug back in and maybe you can fill us in.
Yeah, Deborah, before François Legault takes the stage, we'll look at some of those Liberal races going on right now. In La Porte on the South Shore, Mathieu Gratton has pulled back into the lead here, 172 vote lead, as we have 122 polls reporting there. The CAQ candidate there was in the lead, but this one's flipping back and forth. Also, Mille-Île is a very active one right now, as Virginie Dufour has taken the lead in Laval there in that riding by almost 700 votes at this point as we continue to count the votes in Laval. Moving on to Chomedey, our decision desk has made a decision here, and the Liberal Sonia Lacahoyen-Olivier is going to the National Assembly. That was an open riding as well, as she will be moving there. Very popular in the Laval School Board. That's where she kind of made her name. And continuing on, Marquette. This one was very close early on, but then now, as you can see now, the lead very expansive for Enrico Ciccone, as he will be going back to the National Assembly. Had some trouble in his campaign early on when his riding office was vandalized. And now if we look at Notre-Dame-de-Grâce, and Desiree McGrath will be going to the National Assembly for the Liberals. But I just want to bring your attention to this one here. Balarama Holness with the Bloc Montréal, the protest party that popped up here, all the way back in 5th place in Notre-Dame-de-Grâce. And finally, looking at Westmount, where another one of the protest parties that we had our eye on here, we knew that Jennifer Macron had a very good chance of winning this riding, and it does appear that we have given her the check mark there from our decision desk. But Colin Standish all the way back here in 6th place, Deborah, with only 910 votes.
All right, wow. Thanks so much, Doug. We're going to go out to Quebec City and Cathy Sené, who is at the CAQ headquarters. Everyone there waiting for François Legault to come into the room. Cathy.
We're just looking right now because there are reporters waiting for Mr. Legault to arrive just outside of the big room at the Theatre Capitole. So we are expecting him in any minute right now. And he's going to make his speech here in front of party faithful MNAs that have been re-elected, candidates that have not been elected. When we look at the numbers, Deborah, with right now 88 seats, that means that we're closer to Robert Bourassa's government in 1989 with 92 seats. I was speaking with a person of the CAQ, and he was telling me we will have to think about where we're going to be holding our caucus meetings at the National Assembly. Which room we'll choose? Is there a room big enough that we can hold those meetings at the National Assembly? So that is part of the questioning right now, just the logistics of it, having more MNAs. So we went from 76 and now we have 88 MNAs. The other challenge that François Legault will have is to put in place his cabinet. That's going to be tough. There are many ministers that are re-elected that want to make the cut again. They don't want to become simple MNAs because they had responsibilities in the past. You have also new MNAs that have been basically, they are expecting to have responsibilities, portfolio in the next cabinet. So that's going to be interesting to see. The next step for Mr. Legault to form this cabinet, we know that he wanted to keep his economic team in place. That is the chair of the Treasury Board, Sonia Lebel, the Economic Development Minister, Pierre Fitzgibbon, and also his Finance Minister, Éric Girard, because the CQ knows that times ahead will be uncertain with a risk of having a recession. So, and they really want to do, they really want to help Quebecers with measures to help them counter the rising, the cost of living that is rising, the inflation. So that's going to be, so we know that there are three in the cabinet, more or less, and then you have Christian Dubé, the health minister. François Legault said that Christian Dubé will remain the health minister. He needs to finish what he has started, that is his plan to revamp the healthcare system in Quebec. And that will have to come with more healthcare workers, a change of how things are done, decentralize the healthcare system in Quebec. So François Legault will also have to basically achieve regional representation for his new cabinet, achieve also gender parity with his new cabinet. And it's going to be also interesting to know, Deborah, what is the voter turnout in Quebec? Because getting the vote out was quite important for the CQ, not only for its seats, but also to have a better voter turnout than the voter turnout in Ontario back in June, which was a record low 43%. So the CQ wanted to get a strong majority to form the next government, but they wanted also the province of Quebec to stay away from the low voter turnout in Ontario. So we'll see. And also, what will be interesting is to see the dynamic at the National Assembly, how François Legault will be able, as he said many times during the election campaign in the last few weeks that he wanted to work with all the other political parties. So we'll see. And represent all Quebecers as well.
That is Cathy Sené in Quebec City at CAQ headquarters, where we are waiting for François Legault to make his way into the room. Before we do that, though, we were just talking about possible cabinet ministers. And what can you tell us about some of the MNAs who've been re-elected who were ministers?
Yeah, let's look at some of those outgoing ministers, at least. And Jean Boulet in Trois-Rivières, of course, made all those headlines with his comments about immigrants in the last week, but still going back to the National Assembly with a very strong 9,477 vote lead now, as most of the polls there are reporting in Trois-Rivières as he is going back. And then if we look at Simon-Jolin Barrette in Bourdras, he is going back to the National Assembly as well. Of course, he's the architect of Bill 96, a very commanding lead over the PQ second place finisher there. And then if we look at Transport Minister François Bernardel, a huge win for him as well in Granby, as he's up almost 15,000 votes there. And moving on to Dumontang next, where we have Benoit Charette, and he is another very strong lead here. Not quite as big as those other ones, but still, as the vote was split a little bit more amongst those three other candidates. Geneviève Guilbeault, the Deputy Premier, a strong more than 10,000 vote lead for her in Louis-Hébert, as she will be heading back to the National Assembly as well. And then we move on to La Prairie, where Christian Dubé, the man who was in front of our television screens for most of the pandemic, he has a more than 10,000 vote lead in La Prairie and will be heading back to the National Assembly. And then I just put this one in here as well, as Bernard Drinville, running in Lévis, one of the star candidates recruited by François Legault for this election. Probably has eyes on a cabinet post himself, as he has more than a 10,000 vote lead in Lévis and has been projected to go back to the National Assembly by our decision desk.
Yeah, one of the big star candidates of this election. Thanks so much, Doug. We've got breaking news for you. We have just heard that Paul Saint-Pierre Plamondon is projected to win his seat in Camille-Laurent. That is quite something. There was some doubt that he would manage to pull this off, but Paul Saint-Pierre Plamondon has said time and time again that he doesn't mind being the underdog. While he was the underdog going into that race in Camille-Laurent, which he wanted to run in because that riding was named after the father of Bill 101, and he wanted to be the man who was seen as the protector of the French language. He wanted it particularly in Montreal because he said that's where the French language is threatened. You're seeing a live shot right now, I believe, of Parti Québécois headquarters. Yes, I'm getting that confirmation. You can see the Quebec flags waving here and there. Small flags, not a big flag. But there is a crowd that is looking towards the podium. I'm not quite sure who is on the stage at this point, but we're waiting for Paul Saint-Pierre Plamondon to make his way into the room to address the crowd that is in the M. Telus building in Montreal. We're going to bring in Matt Damour. Actually, it's Matt Damour who is in the M. Telus building right now. Matt, we're also waiting to see, will we hear from Gabriel Nadeau-Dubois at some point?
Yeah, that's what the people in the room here are wondering as well. It's been kind of a weird, tense atmosphere in here. Moments of silence, but then when projections come up for one of the QS candidates, there is that round of applause, but it's definitely been a quieter night than I think a lot of people were expecting at Quebec Solidaire headquarters in downtown Montreal. You know, we're looking at the numbers right now, QS at 11 projected or leading, and that is really the floor for the kinds of gains that they were hoping to make here. They got 10 people elected last time. Right now we're at 11. So, you know, towards the end of the campaign, there was maybe a little bit of a reorientation of expectations. We were talking about maybe forming the next official opposition, but they were still leaving the door open for just maybe possibly making some gains, and that itself could be a win. They certainly tried to make that blitz of Montreal to try to shore up undecided voters and talking about issues that they said matter to Montrealers, things like the environment and housing, issues that they said really resonated with people. But at the same time, you know, they went out into the regions. They spent a lot of time in the regions during this campaign and on a campaign bus trying to reach voters there. So there are some success stories. They're happy in the room that they've been able to hold on to some of these seats, and there are these slight gains that are coming up. But people in here, I think, really want to hear from Gabriel Nadeau-Dubois right now to find out what he's going to make of this result and what the future of the party holds after this election, which is going to see another CEQ majority and not the kind of opposition from Quebec Solidaire that they were maybe hoping for.
The party at this point with no party status, you've got to. This is a party that's been building, right, for years. They've been constantly making gains, and this is the first election where they haven't, and so they'll have to take a look at what they've done wrong in this campaign, or what exactly went wrong. Was it the orange tax that the CAQ managed to really hammer home that was going to affect people's pockets? Was it a $47 billion climate program for Montreal, a transit program that was going to cost a phenomenal amount of money, and people were wondering, how are you going to pay for that? You've got to wonder what it means in terms of QS's future and their platform.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that after they made those announcements and that label of la taxe orange, the orange tax, it kept coming up in the attacks of the other parties. And even when questions would come up to Mr. Nadeau-Dubois, it would be framed with that same language of the taxe orange. So I think they had a really hard time reframing the conversation about some of these taxes that they were talking about. They were trying to say, look, we're really talking about the richest people. We're talking about taxes on a little bit of an extra tax on cars that consume the most amount of fuel. But at that point, was the damage already done? Were people checked out of those arguments and just saying, maybe this isn't the program for me? And as I asked Amir Kadir a little bit earlier, was that strategy of spending so much time in the regions and maybe not focusing as much in Montreal the right thing for them to do? Because again, they were really looking at those 4 ridings in Montreal that they were hoping to flip from the Liberals. We're looking at Maurice Richard, and that is going to be a success story for them tonight. But aside from that, it's close in Verdun, but maybe they're not going to pierce that Liberal armor the way that they needed to, that they wanted to make the kinds of gains that they want to. But again, that narrative of Quebec Solidaire slowly creeping up and getting more people elected every year, Is that going to be the narrative tonight? And how is Gabriel Nadeau-Dubois going to explain the results? I think that's what people are really waiting to hear.
All right, thank you, Matt. As we wait to see if Gabriel Nadeau-Dubois comes out to speak to his supporters, we're going to take you to Sharon Yonan-Reynolds, who is in Boucherville with the Parti Québécois. And there, too, we are waiting for Paul Saint-Pierre Plamondon as we wait for him to address the crowds tonight. He has won his seat. We are projecting in Camille Laurent, Sharon.
Yeah, that's right. Our intel tells us he's going to be speaking after François Legault. But yeah, winning that Camille Laurent seat, this is something that he's been gunning for all election, and it's definitely going to make his job as party leader a lot easier. We also have Joël Arsenault from the Île-de-Madeleine called for his seat in the Magdalen Islands, and of course, Matane-Metipidia, Pascal Berube. So those 3 seats have been called for the Parti Québécois. Still quite a few losses. I mean, we've seen them lose Duplessis, Jonquière, Joliette, René Lévesque, Gaspé. They're cutting it very close, but the CAQ is ahead. If it does end up being 3, maybe 4 parties, 4 seats if they take Gaspé. That's going to be the lowest point, though, that we've seen for the Parti Québécois, the lowest number of seats that they've gotten so far. So that's pretty historic. Not looking so great for the Parti Québécois tonight, but still that victory in Camille Laurent, as soon as that was announced, the energy from the crowd was just so enthusiastic, people so excited. I'm sure he's very happy about this. The Parti Québécois didn't succeed in holding on to those seats that they so desperately wanted to keep, but they are still around with those 3 seats. Deborah.
Yeah, and in Camille Laurent, just to add on to what you were just saying, the CAQ lost 1 incumbent tonight, and that was in Camille Laurent, which was the Richard Campeau, who did very well last time around. So we're just waiting for Paul Saint-Pierre Plamondon to come and talk, but we're just learning that he potentially will be talking after François Legault, which is a little out of order of the way we normally do things, because you usually have the concessions before we get to the premier. So an interesting turn of events there, Christian.
I don't know why he would speak, because right now for the Parti Québécois, the optics of 3 or maybe 4 seats doesn't change.
I'm just going to interrupt you. I'm sorry, but Gabriel Nadeau-Dubois, the mystery is over. He's just made his way up to the podium there, and he's addressing the crowd. He's waving to the crowd, puts his hand on his heart, and he's just taking in the moment for a minute and trying to put on a brave face. Gabriel Nadeau-Dubois is only 32 years old. He became quite famous across the province as a student activist during the Maple Spring back in the 2012s, and then he matured and he joined Québec Solidaire, became a co-spokesperson, and now he's the parliamentary leader. I think he's about to speak. Let's just listen in as the crowd cheers, and he takes in this moment as leader, his first election.
Good evening, Montreal. Good evening, Montreal. My friends, what a campaign. I gave all that I had to give. The Solidaire team gave everything that it had. I am proud of us. I am proud of the campaign that we led, a campaign of ideas, a campaign of vision. I am proud of the team that we presented to Quebecers. We knew from the get-go that it would not be easy. And this evening, we can tell ourselves the true things. Whether we like it or not, we are facing a CAQ wave. But in this context, if the trend continues, Quebec Solidaire will be the only opposition party to resist this wave. Tonight, despite everything, Quebec Solidaire resists this wave, and for this, I thank you. Of course, I want to thank Quebecers who voted today. I want to thank you. I want to thank those of you who trusted Quebec Solidaire for the first or the fifth time. And this trust, I promise you, we will do all that we can to deserve it. We will not let you down. I want to thank, of course, our supporters, our activists. Thank you for carrying our movement on your shoulders for a month. Thank you. Are there some people from Petite Patrie in the room tonight?
Merci.
Thank you. Thank you to the people for Gouin for showing me their confidence, their trust for the third time. Thank you. It is the greatest honor of my life to represent my neighborhood in the National Assembly of Quebec. Thank you. Once again, thank you, thank you, thank you. I must, of course, I have a huge debt for many people at the end of this campaign, and I owe many things to many people, but more than ever to one person who's looking at me here from the wings. Thank you, Maëlle. Thank you for being at my side. Thank you for being there. Thank you for taking care of our girl by yourself for a month. Thank you, my love.
A
little earlier this evening, I had a conversation with François Legault, the Premier of Quebec. I congratulated him for his re-election. And tomorrow we will sit together, him, myself, 123 other MNAs at the National Assembly in a new parliament. And I want to say that Quebec Solidaire will be a vigilant opposition. We will be an opposition of proposals, we will propose solutions, and we will oppose to all the bad decisions. I want to speak to François Legault, of course, to congratulate him for his re-election. I want to congratulate him publicly, but I also want to tell him a few words on the climate. The fight against climate change cannot wait 4 years. It's in the next mandate that we must do something. Mr. Legault, as a leader of the CAQ, you have attacked relentlessly the environmental ambitions of Quebec Solidaire. We were in a campaign, but as a premier, you now have the responsibility of being at the height. Mr. Legault, I am only asking you for one thing to begin this second mandate. Listen to the youth of Quebec. Because regardless of our respective results this evening, we all have the responsibility of listening to the generation that will have to live with the consequences of our choices today. It is not too late to act. It is not too late to change our minds. It is not too late to change directions in Quebec. I want to be clear. I want to be clear with François Legault. Every time that he will take a step forward for the environment, I will be his partner. Every time that he will want to take a step backwards, I will be his adversary. I want to take a moment to say hello to Mrs. Anglade, Mr. St. Pierre Plamondon, and Mr. Durham. We have a diversity of ideas in Quebec, and even when we play hard, we can debate freely and in safety. A campaign is difficult for everybody, and tonight I'm thinking not only of what separates me from my adversaries, I also think about the human factors. I think about how we will be relieved when in the next few weeks we can go back to our families. I want to congratulate everybody for the campaign that they have led. Friends, this evening, despite everything, we have reasons to celebrate. Tonight, the Solidaire family is getting bigger. People, we know that we voted for change. Tonight, Maurice Richard going to the national. The MNA for Maurice Richard is going to the National Assembly in Quebec. And tonight, if the trend continues, Verdun could turn orange for the first time. Alejandra Zagamendes would go to the National Assembly of Quebec. Friends, this evening in Sherbrooke, Christine Labrie won her bet. In Quebec, Saul-Zanetti won his bet. And the Solidaire, welcome to the family. Manon Alexandre Ruba, Andrés, Vincent, Saul have won their bets.
Bravo.
Congratulations. But of course, I must, unfortunately, say a few words about a woman who I love, who I admire. Émilyse, my friend, thank you. Thank you for having defended not just your riding, thank you for having defended your region. It was one of the greatest privileges of my life to sit with you at the National Assembly of Quebec. The people from Abitibi-Témiscamingue had a spokesperson who was absolutely extraordinary over the past 4 years, and I know that you will continue to fight with them. Thank you for everything, Elise. Thank you. What are we going to do at the National Assembly in a few weeks? Well, we will fight for what really counts. We will fight for people's health, for the health of the environment. We will fight to settle the housing crisis so that we can have affordable housing. We will fight for spots in daycares, teachers in classrooms. We will fight for patients on waiting lists. We will fight for the caregivers who are at the end of their rope. We will fight so that solidarity comes back to the heart of Quebec's values, because solidarity among people, among regions, among peoples, solidarity between my generation and the generation of builders, those are the values of Quebec for us. Friends, this election, in closing, I must talk to you about this. This election should have been the first election in Quebec where each vote would have counted. But there are some politicians. There's one politician who made a calculation and who broke a promise that he had made to Quebecers. Our political system is broken. Our democracy is sick. And the electoral map tonight does not reflect the political will of Quebecers. We must say this. We must say this. We must reform the elections. François Legault must recognize the problem, and he must work with us and with all the other parties so that we can solve this democratic problem in Quebec. Quebec, my friends, Quebec is not just the map. The Quebec that I know, the Quebec that I love, is a Quebec with open arms. The country that we want to build belongs to the men and women who want to build it, regardless where they come from, because the most important thing is where we're going together. Friends, the path of Quebec Solidaire is not over. It will be a long road, but I am confident because changing things means building a future that gives hope, and I have hope, and I am asking you to be hopeful. The future is here in Quebec, and you are the proof of this. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for this wonderful campaign. It was a privilege to represent you, to speak on behalf of our movement. Thank you for everything. And now I will ask the MNAs from Quebec Solidaire to come on the stage with me.
Gabriel Nadeau-Dubois with his concession speak, and as he just ended his speech, he just lost another seat on our leaderboard. So Quebec Solidaire having a disappointing evening. He sent out two messages to François Legault, and one of them being that the province, that Quebecers can't wait on climate change. We can't wait another 4 years. And he told him he needs to step up and he needs to get going on fixing the problem. And he said young people need his help, that they need to have François Legault supporting them. He also mentioned electoral reform. He said that the democratic system right now is a problem, that it's broken. And this was something that Éric Duhem brought up in his speech. And it's something that is playing out tonight in the numbers, isn't it?
Absolutely. We're seeing, for example, the Quebec Solidaire actually right now, in terms of the share of the vote, is the second party just besides the CEQ. It's at 15% of the votes right now, and it's having 10 MNAs in the lead. It's very close in Verdun, and while the Liberals just a little bit behind Quebec Solidaire have 24 MNAs in the lead.
And we're seeing now Paul Saint-Pierre Plamondon at the podium. Let's listen in to him.
Merci.
Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you.
Mes chers amis.
Dear friends.
Mes chers amis.
Dear friends.
Je commence.
I'll begin.
Merci.
Thank you.
Je commence par
I will start by sharing with you what you're feeling, and what I'm hearing is a huge feeling of pride. A pride that even if the results in terms of seats are not at the height of our expectations, we seem to be on the right path to finish second, where we'll see what the results are with the popular vote. We have demonstrated that it's possible for an independence party to bring buy-in by speaking about the cause that is at our heart of our party. And that's very important because not only have we succeeded in making a noticed comeback, but as a society, we have found a love of politics and a love for Quebec that we carry in our hearts. And that feels great, and it's thanks to you.
Le projet d'indépendance du Québec.
The Independence Project in Quebec. The Independence Project in Quebec that was devalued and despised by so long by the Liberals and now by the CAQ. This project to decide for ourselves, to be a normal country, well, it continues to bring interest. It makes people dream and excites many Quebecers.
C'est un projet de société.
It's a societal project that is full of light and love, and when I listen to you, I'm filled with hope. And I have one word for people who are watching us from home. There were hundreds of thousands of you who supported us and who said, I want to see some sovereignness at the National Assembly. You gave us a mandate to fight for fundamental things like the future of French, the future of the environment, things that truly are dear to us. So for all of those, to all of those who voted for us, thank you from the bottom of our hearts. We are in Quebec today more than 2 million sovereignists who merit equitable representation at the National Assembly. And I believe that this number will grow over the next few years. So not only are we ending second or whatever we'll see tomorrow morning, not only have we made a spectacular comeback, but we are also the party that got the best results in terms of a second choice, and mainly the party who, in the eyes of Quebecers, has led the best campaign. So the potential, so that one day, the potential so that we live the most beautiful moment in political history of Quebec, the day that we give birth to our country. The potential is there. The potential is there. That future is radiant, even if we're in a system, an electoral system, that causes a true distortion. I want to say quickly a word to the electors of Camille Lorrain. I want to tell you that it'll be an honor for me to represent you over the next 4 years. People from Tétroville, Mercier-Est, I will do all that I can to be at the height of this mandate, but mainly you will see in me a defender, and a very audible defender of Montreal, of the eastern part of Montreal, that is too often left aside. Of course, I want to congratulate François Legault for his victory. Perhaps we don't share the same convictions as to the destiny of Quebec, but Quebecers have chosen to continue on this path for 4 years. That is democracy, and we respect it. I want to take a moment to salute the other leaders of the opposition, Dominique Anglade, Gabriel Nadeau-Dubois, Éric Duhaime, for their nice campaigns. It's not easy what the leaders of the opposition have just experienced. Beyond the opinions and the differences that we may have, we must recognize that for each one of the leaders of the opposition parties, it was a difficult process. Congratulations to the other leaders for standing up for their convictions, despite the headwinds. So, what do we take away? Quebecers have decided to continue with the CAQ, and I believe that we must make sure that in this choice to continue on this path, we make sure that we don't get lost along the way. The only path that leads to a future for our culture and our language, the only one that will allow us to be fully ourselves, is independence. In the same way that for climate change, the only viable path is one of rigor and responsibility. So over the next few weeks and months, in the image of our campaign, I will continue to be constructive. I'm not looking for battles. I will continue with Pascal Bérubé, Joël Arsenault. We will be firm and effective on the essential points, but for anything that can help Quebec progress, we will move things forward, and we will be honored to improve the debate in the Salon Bleu. I want to mention as well our friends from the Bloc Québécois who have helped us in every corner of Quebec. They said loud that they are sovereignists. A very big thank you to my friend, Yves-François Blanchette. Thank you for your precious support. And now, to you, candidates, supporters, as well as the members of our big political party. The Parti Québécois is a story of honest citizens who dream of something better, who knock on the doors of their neighbors to convince them that a better future is possible. People who organize assemblies and kitchens. People who don't work for themselves, who are not looking for a specific advantage, but who do it out of love for Quebec. This long political tradition, initiated by René Lévesque, has a value. It is precious. It is comprised of people who are building a Quebec that we love, to be well-meaning, and to dream. So I thank you from the bottom of my heart, candidates, activists. Quebecers have answered our call. It's in all the indicators. The voting system is something else, but let's continue this work that was appreciated. I want to thank the employees of the party who have given the best of themselves. And of course, on a personal note, I want to thank my wife, Alexandra, for her support in the ups and downs of politics and for all the work that she did in Camille Lorrain. Thank you, Alex. Now, I must, as of this evening, talk about a fundamental question. In light of the results that we recognize and that we accept, we must ask ourselves some questions. Is it normal that a political party that gets approximately 40% of the votes wins 70% of the seats? Is it normal that a party that got approximately 15% of the votes doesn't even get 3% of the seats? Is it normal that a political party that got 13% of the votes gets no seat at the National Assembly? Rarely in our history have we had such a disproportionate effect between the popular will and the result in the number of seats and the dynamics that we'll have at the National Assembly. Once the election is over, nothing stops us from having a reform of the electoral system. Nothing stops the CAQ from coming back to its promise and to collaborate with all the other parties so that together we can face this challenge of democracy. I will really be up for this challenge. We did positive politics because we believe in democracy, but there's something that's not working in our system right now, and we are able to fix it. In closing, I want to tell you that we felt something in the field during this campaign, kind of like a light, a spark that came back, a love that sleeps in our hearts for Quebec. And I think we woke it up. In every corner of Quebec, we saw this energy, the energy of people who choose hope instead of resignation, that of people, the energy and the light of people who still
notre beau drapeau du Québec.
hold our beautiful flag of Quebec. Their eyes were lit up with hope. Beyond the results of the campaign, I believe that this is what we must be proud of. In politics, it's been a while since we felt this. We felt it and we heard it as well. People ask us for more constructive politics, for more clear ideas. They ask us to continue to speak to them, and that is exactly what we'll continue to do.
Ce goût du Québec, cette belle énergie,
this wonderful energy gives us the means
de relancer notre cause.
To relaunch our cause. It gives us the space to relaunch a cause that is noble, that is just, that is true, and profoundly anchored in our past and in our future. The one of the right of Quebecers to take themselves democratically their own decisions. At the beginning of this campaign, we chose the slogan, Le Québec qui s'assume pour vrai, and that is what we have done.
On a un privilège.
We have a privilege. We have a mission, but we also have a privilege to serve a cause that is this noble and profoundly anchored in our story since the Patriots. And I think that we can say that in 36 days only, we have made the demonstration that we were true to our convictions, we were authentic, we were transparent as to what we truly think, and that is the best way of moving forward these political ideas and of moving forward with Quebec. This election has demonstrated that we are hundreds of thousands who want a collective adventure. We want to push our limits. We want to be seen throughout the world. And if some want to lead us to believe that it's no longer an issue, the following years will open up a path that, even if it's not easy, will appear very clearly. The independence of Quebec will become necessary and urgent in light of very heavy trends on fundamental themes like French, the environment, health, immigration, culture, international relations. These trends will only be exacerbated, and our duty, our sense of responsibility that must guide us will increase, and we will listen more. So the years ahead of us are absolutely exciting. It is time to gather the patriots. It is time to gather those who love Quebec and those who hear that our national destiny is ahead of us, and it's beautiful. In the next few years, actually, I will dedicate my time to convincing young people, and not so young people, because my first vote, I voted for the first time when I was 18, and I voted for yes in 95, which means that all of those who are younger than 45 never express themselves on this fundamental question. So let's take the next few years to reach everybody with the societal project that is promising, but it's also very realistic, that of our independence. And like Jacques Parizeau said, going out, speaking, and convincing, that is what we will do. I will end by saying that the destiny of Quebec is to become a country. This will give sense to the Patriots, but also to René Lévesque's life and Jacques Parizeau's life and many others, because we deserve to be a normal people who decides for itself. We deserve to continue this fantastic and improbable story of a people, French-speaking people in an Anglophone North America, and we are the party who will work tirelessly for the realization of our independence, a party that will work with all of its energy to reversing the decline of French, the party that wants us to be throughout the world, and the party that wants to make Quebec a green country, a country that respects the environment. So, dear friends, when you go to bed tonight, when the lights are off, have a heart full of hope. And I will leave you with the words of one of our biggest poets, Gaston Miron. Tonight,
ne sommes plus revenus pour revenir.
We did not come back to come back. We arrived
Merci beaucoup.
at the beginning. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup.
Paul Saint-Pierre Plamondon speaking to party faithful tonight in Boucherville, talking about the Independence Project and how this night gave him a real sense of pride, that he says that the dream is still out there, that support for the dream is still there. And you can see in the other box that we're now starting to see François Legault making his way through the crowd, through his party faithful, hugging supporters. There's his wife, Isabelle Bray, just beside him, as they make their way up towards the stage. I want to bring in both Émilie and Christian, because first of all, I just want to unpack what Paul Saint-Pierre Plamondon said, and just that his passion for the sovereignty movement, and that it's reawakened something in Quebecers. But when I look at our leaderboard at 3 for the PQ, I just wonder, maybe Quebecers are still a little sleepy.
Yes, and at 15% of popular support, still that's one of the worst results in their history as well. So it's not a great night. It's not as disastrous as what people mentioned. I think he does need to remain optimistic regardless in that context. And one common theme between Gabriel Nadeau-Dubois and him was the whole talk about electoral reform, of course.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's been the narrative from those two leaders as well as Éric Duhaime. So it's definitely something that is going to have to be addressed in the National Assembly, but maybe not. François Legault, I think you made the point earlier, he's quite happy the way things are right now.
I mean, we have 3 party leaders tonight that mentioned electoral reform, Québec solidaire, the Parti québécois, and the Conservative. To all 3, I wish essentially good luck. Good luck getting heard on that one. Especially, we'll all remember what François Legault said during the campaign on that topic. Of he basically associated the issue of electoral reform with something that only interests a handful of intellectuals. So maybe all those 3 party leaders are just intellectuals. We'll get to see, but it's no surprise, and I do expect as well in the days to come, in terms of media response and analysis, the fact that there is such a big electoral distortion between the share of the votes and the actual seat distribution. I think is something that's going to generate a lot of commentary as well. It might lead as well to a civil society feeling emboldened as well if they feel that what's happening in the National Assembly doesn't properly represent the diversity of view that are held in Quebec. You might see social movements getting stronger as well.
All right, we're watching François Legault right now making his way towards the podium. It could take a little while, folks, because there are a lot of people in that crowd that he is handshaking with and hugging, and a lot of supporters as he makes his way towards the podium. But, we were talking about the other leaders, but this is François Legault's night. He has accomplished something that hasn't been done since 1956, that no other party has done, other than the Heritage PQ and Liberals since 1956, and that is back-to-back election wins.
And a stronger, bigger majority than on your first mandate, which again is something that's quite exceptional. I think the CEQ will say we won on our record, potentially more than on our campaigns. You can have a fairly bad campaign and an awesome result, largely because, again, those 4 years of forming government, where I do think that on their record, they were quite strong.
All right, let's listen in and take in this moment as François Legault makes his way towards the microphone with Isabelle Bray, the woman who's been at his side for 32 years now.
Hey. Le père à l'avance, c'est ça. Wow, merci.
Wow, thank you.
Merci.
Thank you.
Merci tout le monde.
Thank you, everyone. Listen.
On a eu un message clair.
We got a clear message, right? Quebecers sent a strong message tonight. Quebecers told us
Continuons, ouais.
Let's continue.
Et vous savez,
And you know,
c'est une victoire qui est
it's a victory that is historic
ce soir.
because tonight,
Tellement fier de ça.
I'm so proud of this.
Élire le plus grand
We got the biggest number of women elected in the entire history of Quebec. Wow,
Quelle belle gang.
what a wonderful gang.
Ça veut dire que
That means
commence par
that the work is beginning
mandat. Puis,
for the second mandate. And
je vais le répéter. Là,
I'm going to repeat myself, and I was saying this. I know there's a few people here for whom it's so true. The priority of priorities must remain education. It must remain education.
Moi, là, petit gars.
When I was young,
Sainte-Anne de Bellevue qui est devenu
young guy from Saint Anne de Bellevue who became premier,
dans la vie.
everything that I've got in my life is thanks to my parents and thanks to education.
On a
And we have the duty
permettre à chaque enfant au Québec
of allowing every child in Quebec
son potentiel. Donc, on va
to
continuer, on va
fully
continuer
reach their
valoriser
potential. So we
la
want
profession d'enseignant.
to
On a
really
posé
value
des
the profession
gestes,
of
mais il faut
teachers.
continuer.
We
Il faut
have done
continuer
some
aussi
things, but we have to continue. We have to continue to help
25%
the
d'enfants qui ont
25% of
des
children
difficultés
who have
d'apprentissage.
learning disabilities.
On veut augmenter la
If we
réussite.
want to
C'est là qu'il
increase
faut travailler. Il faut
success, that's
continuer
where we
aussi
have
à
to work.
rénover
We
nos
also have to
écoles.
continue to
On a
renovate
fait
our
beaucoup,
schools.
mais il
We've
en
done a
reste
lot,
encore
but there's
beaucoup
still
à
much
faire.
to be done.
Là, on l'a annoncé aussi.
And
Je
we've
pense qu'on
announced
doit
it, and
bien
I
à nos
think that
jeunes des
we
infrastructures
owe
sportives
infrastructure, sports infrastructure to
au
our young
Québec.
people
On va
throughout
continuer
Quebec, and we'll
de
continue
s'occuper d'éducation parce
to
que
take care of
l'avenir,
education because the future
c'est nos enfants.
is our
C'est
children.
nos enfants.
It's our children.
Et
And
maintenant,
now,
l'enjeu,
the issue
l'enjeu à court terme, là,
the issue
l'enjeu
over
le
the
plus
short term,
pressant
the
pour
most
les
pressing
Québécois,
issue for Quebecers
c'est la situation économique.
is the economic situation.
Tu sais, là,
Listen,
l'inflation,
inflation
ça coûte la vie.
is increasing the cost of
taux
living,
d'intérêt
the interest
augmentent.
rates are increasing.
Il y a des Québécois
There are some
actuellement qui ont
Quebecers
de la
currently who
misère
have a
à
hard
vivre.
time making ends meet. So yes,
On va envoyer de l'aide.
we will send some
Dès le mois
help.
de décembre,
As
on
of
va
December, we
tenir
will
parole.
keep our promise.
Puis, parlant d'économie, là,
Speaking of the economy, we must continue to create wealth in Quebec. It's not an end in itself, creating wealth, but it gives us means.
des moyens
The means
pour les grandes ambitions
for our big
qu'on a
ambitions
pour le Québec. Puis,
that we have for Quebec.
on a une
And we have an
opportunité
opportunity,
exceptionnelle
an
devant
exceptional
nous
opportunity ahead of us to transform our economy,
pour faire du Québec
to make Quebec
un des leaders
one of the leaders
au monde
in the
en
world
économie verte.
in
On
the
est
green
capable
economy.
de le faire.
We are able to do this. And
Donc, c'est vraiment possible. Là.
it's truly possible.
Juste un discours,
It's
on
not
peut
just a
s'enrichir.
speech. We can create wealth and reduce our greenhouse gases. We have a duty to reduce them and eventually to eliminate them.
Parce qu'il faut
Because we must contribute to the effort that must be made throughout the world in order to fight climate change.
justement
We
à nos
owe
enfants.
this to our children.
Oui, puis, vous savez,
You know,
pour réussir
in order to succeed,
cet immense projet,
this huge economic and environmental project, we will need all hands on deck. We will need all the brains. And yes, I hear the message of young people, and I want to work with all generations to succeed in this project because it will mark the history of Quebec.
Et chouette aussi
And I
que
also
cet
want
immense
this
projet
huge project.
contribue
I wanted to contribute
rapprocher la nation québécoise
to bringing together the Quebec nation, bring them closer to Indigenous nations. So let's continue on the path of truth and reconciliation.
On a besoin
We
des uns des
need
autres.
each other.
Donc, il faut y travailler.
So we must work on this.
Évidemment,
Of course,
l'autre grande priorité.
the other big priority that we have is the healthcare network, especially after the 2 years of the pandemic that nobody had forecast and that we tried to manage as best we could. There are some employees in the healthcare network who were on the front lines for 2.5 years, and now we have the duty, more than ever, to support them. Our network must become more human, more effective. It is the biggest management challenge that we have in Quebec, and we are fortunate to have the right captain. Yes, yes.
Un capitaine, là,
A captain, you know,
qui accepte,
who accepts.
je dirais quasiment, là, j'ai peur que son
Well,
épouse
I'm
réalise
afraid that his wife is going to react
presque
badly,
consacrer
but he
les
almost
prochaines années de sa
is
vie.
dedicating the next years of his life
Merci, Christian Dubé.
to this. So thank you, Christian Dubé. Thank you, Christian.
Et, vous savez,
You know,
le message qu'on a eu,
the message that we heard,
message qu'on a eu aujourd'hui,
the message that we heard today
c'est continuons, mais
is let's continue, but
une élection,
an election
ça divise.
divides.
Pourtant, je pense que bien
وجهنا الشاني بكاس موكاش النوت او وشكايجن يو جاوي تشات اجا تكون نيستان جاوي جيت نمستتاونت نتسكومز ناس جايمن يج جاغايا ما جاج جن نستك شبنات شويج يا هي اشبناوني يا هي دبايت جاشو يا كباك دبايت جاشو مشن هو شو جن شكومونيو اجي كي اب تاغن يستان دا تايتك يو جاجيو تمناهد ابتشيونيو يا شويانج ما هو مامويدا Resilience Montreal. Agot ka płacnia odstoken mła November bishon bike station gate stages siot stationio. Kia mago jaji shigate. Wa we charge na iyo aga tegonis dan jaji taj gemak jawi jage na Montreal. Gaish pshap hoj magnya justken. Nastam stichego jinet skom jaimi gut. Metad magoanjo dem stataunch. Yedaga de pomoganoj. Bits ni shod gemak bits nomnya miwawan. Jaji wich tajja washka igenio. Jaji shopskesnya jago yashnetskit.
Space that we're in, Resilience Montreal.
What my gas Resilience Montreal. With taxis, nasta cheats shot. Can I stamp the G Strobodan like damn swamp? Was it was skating away about taganut? About Yesko staganut, Jaga Stroboda Jahtamot. In Notbag Nasta the most stana. Can I stand a mid scourge a beer jagan maggot? Miss Shorts, yes, Nipabam Heaton and we am a gat scourge a beer. Mugamag, I do eat Dagon and Jagan watch eat the actual maggot.
But it's all organized in a sense. Yeah, you know it.
Oh my goodness, these nuts are book Satan I was a speed jugger. Resilience Montreal. I'm gonna watch you I got what tagging those in that dodge Montreal. A G which hagging it years gay shimouch. I got yet dance as you eat it. Yeah, what you have picking those resilience bike stars of against the steward station. A G apple judge and good diggers in the basho to get that open door against the cash. Gath judge Meg. Much the gunyo did you reach Haganoj and Giovanni and Gath. Wayne Robinson, Al Guadzamouth and Brazilians, yeah.
Who have recently chosen to build their future in Quebec. And in the next few months, we will talk in a respectful manner, as we are able to do in Quebec. And I'm sure that we will come up with a vision to gather all Quebecers behind our common language. That is a duty that we must adopt. In closing, I know that some people want to go party. I see a few of them in the front here. I want to congratulate all of the winners from all of the parties. I also want to thank all of those who presented themselves, even if they didn't win. You've served democracy. I spoke a bit earlier this evening with Dominique, with Gabrielle, with Paul, and with Eric. I congratulated them for their campaign. They were tough, eloquent, And I told them that we will speak individually in the next few weeks. I want us to talk about how we can work together for Quebecers. Of course, we're going to have some differences, some disagreements. That's normal. But I want us to work on what we have in common. And in closing, I also want to thank all of the volunteers, all of the candidates, all of the workers from all parties, but of course, a very special thank you to the workers of the CAQ. This victory is your victory.
Merci.
Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you.
Puis vous allez me permettre
And you'll allow
de
me
remercier en particulier
to thank
une bénévole
a volunteer, a specific volunteer,
qui est avec moi depuis 32 ans.
who's been with me for 32 years.
Et
And
vous le savez,
you know,
la politique, là,
politics
c'est pas drôle à tous les jours.
is not always
Il y
easy.
a des moments plus durs.
There are some tough times.
Cette personne-là
And this person
à travers ces
helped me get through those difficult days.
Merci, Isabelle.
Thank you, Isabelle.
Isabelle. Finalement, je veux dire
Finally,
merci
I want to say thank you
à ceux qui nous ont donné
to
leur
those
confiance. En
who gave us their
particulier,
trust. And in particular, you'll allow me a special thank you
aux gens de l'Assomption,
to the people from l'Assomption who re-elected me. Thank you to the people from l'Assomption.
Là, je termine pour le vrai, là,
You know,
en vous disant,
for real, I'm going to end
J'aime le
here.
Québec.
I want to tell you that I love
les
Quebec.
Québécois.
I love Quebecers.
vous me faites
And
un
you
grand honneur.
are honoring me by choosing me for a second time as your premier. It's a big responsibility, but I take it on with all my heart. Thank you. Have a good evening.
And there is Isabelle Bray, whom he just thanked for being his best supporter and his best volunteer for the last 32 years. He was just saying that was the end of the speech, but he's still talking. Why don't we?
We'll ask all the M&As who are here to come on the stage with me, please.
I think he's bringing up all
I
his
see several of
supporters
them.
and all of the elected officials who are in the room to head up onto the stage. He used this speech to start to build bridges tonight. I mean, that was his intention. He said he wants to bring Quebecers together, that everyone from all regions, from all backgrounds are Quebecers, and he wants to be their premier. And he spoke in English as well, making a point to speak in English to emphasize that point.
Well, and during the election campaign, at some point, some people sort of attacked his character when it came to the issue of immigration in the French language, and I think probably he was hurt by that. So trying again to show sort of extend that open hand and to do part of that speech in English, he knows he's got some amending to do over the next few days and few weeks. He also talked about the other leaders that he wants to actually sort of work together with them. But that's sort of traditional premier of the night type of speak. But I do think that on the issue of immigration and language, that probably now that Bill 96 is behind us in the first mandate, even when he said on immigration, we'll talk together as if, could this mean a change or modification or something in the legislation that might be changed in the future to appease some of the tensions? Maybe. We'll see.
Well, yeah, what is your take on that, Emily? I'm wondering whether this, as you say, putting an olive branch out to the opposition, is this just a speech for the night, or is this really going to be the route that François Legault takes for the future, to be someone who brings Quebecers together, all Quebecers, and doesn't cause divisions between each Quebec City and Montreal and immigrants and Québécois de souche?
Well, I'm glad personally that he made that part of his speech tonight, the bringing people together. I think it was that was a part of his speech that a lot of people were nervous about. You could see how the room went quiet when he was talking about that. However, that part of the speech was very much twofold. So there was the I'm going to be the premier of all Quebecers, and then there was a part about how we're going to speak in the days and the months ahead and trying to get everyone behind the same idea, and that we need to promote the French language. So I don't know what that means. I don't know if it means also something regarding his ambitions to have more power in immigration and take some of that power that's still in Ottawa. I don't know if that's what he's opening the door to, but he was speaking in a way that opened the door to some other policy reform on that file. And while he's trying to bring everybody together, what he puts forward concretely might also end up being divisive once again. So we'll see what exactly that is, or if there's nothing, or if that idea of bringing people together is actually what the tone that he's going to continue to have in the next weeks and months. But I have a question mark actually in my head tonight when it comes to the second part of that portion of his speech. Is there some policy agenda that he was hinting at? We'll see in the months to come.
All right. Well, let's go back. Oh, did you have one more point to make?
Well, with 89 seats, he'll pick up the phone tomorrow and say, Justin, we need to talk. And immigration and health transfers will be the first two items he'll want to discuss with the Prime Minister, of course.
Which were not on the minister's statement tonight, by the way.
Exactly.
All right. Let's head out to Suda now and just take another look at the big picture, Suda.
Well, I want to just touch upon both Emily and Christian's point about more immigration powers and health transfers, because François Legault has always positioned himself to be this nationalist premier, but to do that, you need to break into the regions, and he did that tonight. He broke into all the regions. Take a look at that PQ wall last vote, and now take a look at it now. Pretty much just limited really there, and then Île-de-la-Madeleine. Paul Saint-Pierre Plamondon spent a lot of time there, but so did François Legault. And even though there was a lot of PQ nostalgia, there were a lot of issues in the region. Access to healthcare, transportation, the economy. These were all issues. So even though that PQ trio is heading back to the National Assembly, there was a message they really wanted a seat at the table, the government table.
All right. Thank you, Suda. Let's bring Doug back in once again. I want to take another look at some PQ seats this time.
Yes, Deborah, the 3 seats and 2 of them that Deborah was just Suda was just alluding to there. Les Îles-de-la-Madeleine is staying PQ blue as Joel Arsenault going back to the National Assembly, a 461 vote lead with 48 of 53 polls. We are projecting that he's going back. And then you also have Pascal Berube, a massive victory for him, going back for his 6th mandate at the National Assembly. And then finally, the other one is Paul Saint-Pierre Plamondon in Camille Laurent. So those are the only 3 PQ seats that are going back to the National Assembly. And, we talked about the different ways that people vote, and that sometimes they vote more for the personality than they do the party. We thought that was the case in the Îles-de-la-Madeleine. Berube, extremely popular. Could he have run under any banner and still got in? And then, of course, Camille Laurent, Paul Saint-Pierre Plamondon, the leader of the party, going to the National Assembly for the first time, actually.
All right. He's been there before, though, so you're right. Thanks, Doug. Just during François Legault's speech, he was trying to bridge communities, and he repeated a comment in English. He talked about wanting to be uniting all parts of Quebec, whether it's regions or origins. He wants to be the premier of all Quebecers. Have a listen.
So when I say that Quebecers form a great nation, I mean all Quebecers, from all regions, of all ages, of all origins. I'm going to be the premier of all Quebecers.
So that is quite a statement, but will he act on it? What will come out of that? Because there is a lot to repair, whether you're from the immigrant community or you're from the Anglophone community. There's a lot to do here to repair the damage that's been done over the last 4 years.
Where was that over the last 4 years?
That's right.
And I believe that it will take time. This is not something that you can just replace those 6 months, that part of Bill 96 that is being highly questioned about the length of time before you're only serviced in French by the Quebec government. Even though you change that to 9 months, that doesn't change the overall picture. I think for him, he needs to look at somebody or people within his cabinet that can do that job for him as well. But I would not be able to name any of these people. Who will be the ministers responsible for immigration? Of course, we know who it won't be. But then he needs to appoint somebody there that's extremely strong and capable of sitting down with leaders of communities. I think there's a lot of work to be done for Mr. Legault to actually act on what he just said tonight, because there's 4 years of backlog of people that are sort of angry with some of his decisions.
Yeah, let's bring in Ketsi on the conversation, because I'm sure you have something to add as our correspondent at the National Assembly about those comments that he repeated once again in English, his attempt, or at least his start to make a bridge with the immigrant community, the Anglophone community.
Yes, and also, Deborah, he said that all political parties in Quebec are in favor of immigration. And then he went on and said that he needs to work more with the other political parties. That will be interesting for us as journalists at the National Assembly to see how things will work out, because the opposition right now will be more fragmented, less strong than it was in 2018. So we'll see. And also, Mr. Legault talked about the fact that the priority of his priorities is still education. He talked about education when he took power in 2018. And then he said tonight, I'm a boy, I'm a child from Saint-Anne-de-Bellevue, and all I had is education to grab the ladder and become a premier twice. So he wants to give all the chances to children in Quebec. But first, he'll tackle the rising cost of living. He said that he heard young adults talking about the pressing need, the urgent need of reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And one thing that he said many times in the last 4 years, and he said that to his team, and he talked to us about this too, is that he was sending the message to his team to not be arrogant. So always not take for granted, always being there for Quebecers. Now with even more power at the National Assembly, I'll guess he'll have to repeat that message again and again to all his MNAs and ministers to not being arrogant. So that's going to be interesting to see what will be the dynamics at the National Assembly as we start a second mandate with the CAQ. I must tell you that the CAQ leader just left the room. Things are coming down here. I guess a lot of people, a lot of party faithful left to celebrate somewhere else in Quebec City.
All right, Ketsi, I think you're right there. Thanks so much. I want to bring in Simon once again. Simon, you were talking with the projected leader of the opposition, Dominique Anglade.
Yes, Deborah, you can't see really behind me, but the mood here is not so bad. I mean, a lot of people have moved to the bar, which is behind the camera, and are having a drink. Dominique Anglade went through the room, worked the room again, and did media interviews with almost anyone who wanted. And I think that shows kind of part of the style that we're going to see from her when she does become the leader of the opposition. I had a conversation with her just a little while ago, and just a few minutes ago, and here it is. So, Dominique Anglade, congratulations on being elected in your riding and forming the official opposition. It's looking like you're going to elect around 23 seats. Give me your reaction, first of all, to how you feel in this moment, probably the biggest moment of your political career.
I feel great. I feel like I've given everything I had during this campaign. We all know that at the beginning, and from an organizational perspective, it was not easy, but we just powered through it. We had lots of energy, and the team came together, and I'm so happy with the new people that are on board, the renewal of the party with Brigitte Garceau and Désirée Mégras and Liz Prass and just Michel Setlakwe, phenomenal people that are joining the team. It's going to be great. You're going to see this renewal. It's going to be fantastic.
It's something I asked you earlier this morning, but do you feel that the party is renewing itself? Do you feel like it's turning the page on perhaps the Charest era, the Philippe Couillard era?
Well, by definition, I think we're turning a page. We renew. If you look at the people that have joined the team, the M&A that we're talking about, a lot of them are going to be brand new, and this is the move that we needed to do. This is what we needed to do. Of course, there was a COVID, and it was not the easiest time to do this renewal, but now those are exciting times. The other message that is really clear is that they're sending the message that the Liberal Party is the official opposition, and I want to make sure that every voice is represented. More than ever, this is going to be critical.
I think it was maybe in Kuujjuaq that you said everyone matters, every Quebecer matters. Is that going to be your message moving forward as you try to carve out a place for yourself, a larger place for yourself in the National Assembly?
100%. That's going to be the message. We need to make sure, with all the challenges that we have ahead of us, we won't be able to face them if we're not all together. And this unity, it is really critical. These are my fundamental values, and I'm going to stand up very strongly and affirm them really clearly to all Quebecers.
At the same time, we did see Mr. Legault win a very large majority. He won a lot of seats in the regions, even after he had made comments that a lot of people interpreted as divisive about immigrants, after Mr. Boulet's comments about immigrants. I'm wondering what you think that means.
I think when you think of Monsieur Legault being re-elected, it's a lot based on what happened with COVID, and people thought that he was reassuring. But at the end of the day, if we project ourselves in terms of Quebec, just looking forward, we need a vision. We need to feel that we're all together in this, that we're subdividing Quebecers, and that's going to be my mantra. That's going to be something that I'm going to be constantly following the government on. It's going to be critical.
And finally, Anglophones really delivered for you tonight. I mean, a lot of the seats that you have and a lot of the new talent that you have are in ridings with large Anglophone populations. A lot of them very upset about Bill 96. I heard it a lot on the ground. What's your message to Anglophones, given that they have given you so many seats to build from?
We all need to work together, and if there's a message that I sent throughout the campaign, but even before, I want to make sure that there is room for everybody and that people feel that they're represented. So my message to all the English-speaking community is that we're open to welcome them so they can contribute, so they can participate, and having people like Liz Prass or Désirée Mégras, they're going to be great spokespeople for the English-speaking community as well.
Dominique Anglade, thank you very much, and once again, congratulations on being elected.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, that was Simon with the leader of the opposition. I want to go back to something that François Legault said during his speech, and he said that the largest number of women in history, that his party has elected the largest number of women in Quebec history. I want to bring Suda in on this because you can fill us in more on that.
Well, last time around, 53 women candidates were elected, and of them, 21 were not running. But take a look at this. We are up 12. 58, a change of fly for the CEQ, up 5 overall. But that is pretty astounding, considering 20 had left. But with the CEQ, up 12, including the first Indigenous woman to be going to the National Assembly. So that is astounding news for gender parity at the National Assembly, +5.
All right.
Wow.
Yeah,
And I think I believe we have the share of the vote. There we go. Things are a change. Take a look at this. Voter turnout, 64%. Last time around, it was 66.45%. So relatively solid voter turnout. The lowest was 57.43, December 2008. The highest, 85.27, 1976.
Yeah, impressive, actually,
impressive.
because many were thinking, at 66 last time around, people were thinking that perhaps
They'll just
Quebecers
stay
wouldn't
home.
go out.
Yeah.
It was a second potential mandate for the CAQ. Why go out and vote? I just want to explain a little bit about where some of the votes went tonight. QS lost a seat to the CAQ. The PQ lost 7 to the CAQ. The Liberals lost 5 to the CAQ. The Liberals lost 1 to QS, and the CAQ lost 1, and that was to the leader of the Parti Québécois. So very interesting there. And Doug has more on the story of the night.
Yes, Deborah, I've just picked a couple of ridings here that kind of illustrate the story of the evening. And we start out in Duplessis, where we saw a lot of these PQ strongholds go in the direction of the CAQ. As you mentioned there, the vote change and the seat change, very big. And this is representative of a place that has been going PQ for many, many years, since 1976, and now in the hands of the CAQ. The other story of the night is the CAQ holding off the Conservatives in a lot of ridings. This is still the closest one. We have yet to call it. It's 217 vote lead for Luc Provincial over Olivier Dumais. But overall, the CAQ holding off that push from the PCQ in all of the ridings, because the PCQ not picking up any seats as of yet, but that one's still undetermined. The other story is, of course, the Liberals holding on to the furniture a little bit and not having as big of losses as they could have tonight. This is one example, Mill-Ill. We knew this one was going to be in play, and we still haven't decided if it's over just yet, as we have still 5 more polls to report. But right now, the Liberals holding on to that one, as Virginie Dufour coming into that open seat and holding on to it. And then this one here is kind of telling the story for the Quebec Solidaire today, and it's still up in the air. And it is up in the air. Are Quebec Solidaire going to have a gain on what they had in the last vote, where they had 10 seats coming into this? This riding will perhaps decide that, because Verdun is still in play, as Isabelle Melançon holds a 96-vote lead right now over Zaga Mendez of the Quebec Solidaire. Deborah.
Wow, that is the exciting race of the night, or at least one of them. There were many exciting races. I want to bring our panel back in. We're getting close to wrapping things up, and I just want to get your impressions of where we're going next. Christian, if you can look towards the next National Assembly, what do you think we're going to see? Is it was the space was there was a lot of conflict. There was a lot of well, it wasn't all that nice all the time, was it? If I can put it that way.
You could see it 2 ways. First, the fact that there is a CAQ majority, that Quebecers decided, and that's the consensus that they have won, this sizable majority, that it sort of puts a lid on things for a while anyway. But you can see it as well in the opposite. I mean, 3 of the leaders again spoke about electoral reform. A majority of Quebecers voted for somebody else, and yet we'll only have about a quarter of the seats in the National Assembly. There'll be a lot of grumbling, a lot of, I think, people that would be sort of dissatisfied with the outcome. I think the next 4 years will be tougher for the CAQ, because they did not have that 24-month pause of the pandemic where they could basically coast. They will not have that luxury this time around. It'll be, I think, a bit rougher and tougher for them overall.
And final thoughts for you, Emily?
Yes, I think the CAQ will definitely, regardless of what they say about trying to collaborate with the opposition, the fact that they've gained some seats. They haven't gained as much as maybe they were expected at the beginning of the campaign, but they're still getting some seats. I think they're going to feel like they have a very strong mandate, and that whatever it is that they want to put forward as their policy agenda, that they have the support of people for it. Now, I also expect that there's a lot of attention that's going to go in the next days over the issue of electoral reform, and how much of what we're seeing in the National Assembly actually reflects the diversity of views amongst Quebecers. Quebecers, and I think the smaller parties will have to insist on that to make sure that their voice get heard. If you have only 3 MNAs or 10 MNAs, but you speak for a bit more Quebecers than that, you will want to insist on that to make your voice heard.
I want to thank you both for joining us this evening, and I want to thank all of our reporters out in the field and Suda and Doug. Well, you have it. That's it. Thanks for joining us here on Quebec Votes 2020. Have a great evening, everyone. Good night.
Les engagements politiques au Québec, et c'est grâce à la présence du Parti conservateur dans tous les débats. Je vous en remercie du fond du cœur.
Le message ce soir, il est assez clair. Les Québécois demandent au Parti libéral du Québec, nous demandent d'être l'opposition officielle à Québec.
Mais comme société, nous avons retrouvé le goût de la politique. Nous avons retrouvé un amour du Québec qu'on porte en nous. Et ça fait vraiment du bien. Et c'est grâce à vous.
Et je veux dire que Québec solidaire va être une opposition vigilante. On va être une opposition de proposition. On va proposer des solutions et on va s'opposer à toutes les mauvaises décisions.
Wow! Hey! On a eu un message clair. Hein? Les Québécois ont envoyé un message fort. Ce soir, les Québécois nous ont dit
Tonight, as Iran's crackdown intensifies, are new Canadian sanctions enough?
What we would like to see is for that to expand and for it to be placed on the terror list.
Plus, how women in Iran are leading what they hope is a revolution. A spike in car thefts gets a response from police and some drivers.
It has scared me so much that I don't want to keep the car anymore.